My name is Bernadette Tynan. I've spent nearly 20 years researching the secrets of the brain and developing brain training techniques guaranteed to bring out the best in any child. I've helped thousands of children unlock their special gifts and talents. But I'm convinced that our exam-crazed education system is still failing to detect the abilities of many children. I'm making it my mission to prove that brain training really works by showing you how I can go into any school and spot a seemingly ordinary child whose gifts are being missed. I'll train that child to do something they'll have no idea they can do. Can I make them brilliant? This week I'm in Leeds looking for one child from Rothwell Primary School to join me on an amazing journey of discovery. Education has become focused on tests, but not every child's gifts can be spotted in this way, and that means they can slip through the net. Sometimes a child can have gone a very, very long way through school, or even have left school and not had their particular gift spotted. Everybody needs that moment where somebody says to them, "You're really good at this." That's all the human brain needs, one spark of encouragement, and they can start a forest fire with that. The brain science definitely points to the fact that the probability is everybody's got something. It's just a matter of discovering it and developing it, and that's what I'm here to do. 8 to 11-year-olds are at a key stage in their brain development. Whilst they've learned a lot, the key thing is they're still open and receptive to new ways of thinking. Okay, so you've made up your own little game? Yeah. Right. My mission is to spot gifts that may be going unnoticed and need nurturing. So I set the children a challenge. In small teams, they've got to build and sell a go-kart. Are you ready? Get set! Go! Getting children building instantly reveals more about how the children think. Is that going to be nice and tight now?
We need it articulated. That must be nice. No, we've got a big ball.
In the first team it's really exciting because you've got two people that are very much into this. You know, this is their thing. They're very strong. They make really good mechanics. They make someone who's really good at fixing your car, your washing machine, anything. They're your guys, both of them. Another team takes a quite different tack. When some people are working a problem out, they're doing it all in their head. You can't hear anything. This team's a little bit like that, very quiet, but they're way ahead of the others. Once the carts are built, the children must decorate them to produce a winning design.
Oh, let's just sort it out. Let's sort it out. Hold on. We pimped out this ride.
Finally, they have to persuade the teachers why their idea is the best.
You can look through your room mirror, and if something's coming behind you when you're reversing, you know not to hit it.
If you break down while you're driving it, it's got the instruction manual on the front.
Things like sales ability, business ability, those kinds of things you're never going to capture on a normal school curriculum, but they're important points because that might be what a child is good at.
It's the ballooninator. Yeah, perfect. It comes with 1 month free insurance.
We've had to make a decision, so we've gone for the balloonimator. The go-kart challenge has proved there's plenty of ability for me to work with, but I need to find out more before I pick the 5 children I'll be taking on my next challenge. By talking to teachers, checking school reports and observing children in all their different classes, it doesn't take long to find some interesting characters. Which story is this that you're doing then? So who's Kane then? Which one's Kane and Abel? That's your Kane. Are you Abel? Is that actually sweet corn there?
Yeah, we've got some corn and cob.
They'll be ready soon, won't they?
That one's ready, and there's 3 more right at the end that are ready.
So what do you do then when you've got all these?
Pick them and donate them to the kitchens.
Now I need to get back to my studio to think through what I've discovered. I'm going to choose 5 ordinary children I want to look at more closely. I'll set them some challenges to narrow it down to 2. Then I'll choose the one child who I feel will get the most out of my intensive brain training. This little boy, Ben, caught my eye because he's taken it upon himself to do all the gardening in school, looks after everything, even grows tomatoes for the kitchens there. What a great gift that is, to be so interested at that age in something that's not covered on the national curriculum. So how is he going to be supported? I want to know more about him. Then a young lady caught my eye called Tawny, who's very, very, very able. She likes to get her answers just right, perfect before she puts her hand up. I wanted to have more confidence in how fantastic she is, so I'd like to find out a bit more about her, really.
It comes with 1 month free insurance.
This little boy, Nicholas, caught my eye because he's inventive, he's innovative in the challenge, and he's thinking how he can sell this. What a dynamic package that is. Now then, if you're looking for Personality Plus, you can't ignore Adam. What came out of the challenge really strongly is his mechanical aptitude. Where on earth in school can he show that ability at such a young age? I can't let him slip through the net, so definitely want to work with Adam. This little boy, Daniel, I observe quite a lot in the classroom. He's always looking after other people. I wonder if he looks after himself enough, because he's got a lot of gifts there, and that needs management. So, Daniel, Nicholas, Tawny, Adam and Ben, those are my 5. These are just ordinary children who could easily be failed by our education system. My plan is to take these 5 to an activity centre to see how they deal with new situations in an unfamiliar environment.
He's gone bonkers.
By the end of the day, I'll have to decide who is coming with me to the next stage, and I can only choose 2 of them.
Just like him to do a handstand or a triple headstand.
Do you know why?
Why?
There's something about boys and girls. They're different.
When children see themselves at this age, they're already starting to form opinions about what they might be good at. And if you take them into a different environment, they have a second chance to assess what they might be good at and see themselves in a different, more positive light.
Ouch!
Strong personalities like Adam are great fun to be around.
It's not what he does, it's how he does it.
Do these puppies look like they came from running? These puppies came from battling.
But Adam often finds it difficult to focus on the things he's less good at.
He finds some aspects of numeracy less enjoyable.
And concentration.
Yeah.
To get the best out of the education system, Adam needs to learn that being popular with his classmates is one thing, but there's a time to concentrate too. My first challenge for Adam and the other 4 children brings their natural creativity to the fore. How many things can you do with this snake? Starting from now, go.
Circle.
Yes?
Aha.
That looks lovely.
I could go on a catwalk with it.
Coming up with as many ideas as possible is a really good way of developing a child's imagination. The more you practice this fun activity, the more you boost creativity.
I don't know.
A snake.
Being creative uses up lots of energy. Ben's an incredibly focused child with an unusual passion for gardening.
Ben likes doing his own thing. Going back to nursery, the first thing he did, he spent the whole day just in the sandpit digging away.
Having a gift that's so unusual at such a young age can be a double-edged sword. It can limit their social circle.
Well, how many friends are into the same things as me? There's not many. It's quite a limited number.
If Ben can develop other interests and broaden his circle, this will give him more choices in the future. The second challenge is one which requires code breaking. The children need to come up with the next number in this sequence, and the answer is one of these. Okay. I'm not just looking for the right answer. I'm more interested in the way children think. Right. Now then, tell me why you've done that. That was very, very quick.
Because it goes the heart shape, then 2 diamonds, then heart shape, 2 diamonds. That's the formula. Hold on. 19, 27, 22, 23, 24, 25.
So what do you think it is?
39, I'm guessing.
So you're doing like... By recognising that the difference between the numbers in the sequence doubles from 5 to 10 and finally 20, Nicholas finds a way to crack the code. Nicholas's strong point is really his building capacity. You wouldn't see him as an obvious person who can be very good at maths, but here, in a different context in the classroom, he's cracked a really difficult maths problem because it's a hands-on challenge rather than just chalk and talk.
Well, if you calculate...
Daniel's cracking it too.
39.
Okay, put it in place. That's great. And with Ben, we're on a roll.
This one.
If you add the 8 onto 9...
But Tawny is less certain.
I don't know.
Don't know. Despite being bright, Tawny holds back in the classroom.
Tawny thinks about what the outcomes will be before committing herself.
If she doesn't feel confident enough to give an answer, she won't.
I encourage children to understand how their brain works to get the best result.
Sometimes when I don't know the answer, I just keep thinking, trying to remember.
Brain training can help give a child more faith in their abilities. If Tawny gives herself a chance, she'll get much more out of her schooling. Before I decide which two to take to the next stage, they have one more chance to show me what they can do in an imaginary rescue scenario. Okay, this is Operation Rescue. They've been locked in a hut, and on the changing of the guards, you've got to rescue them. And the key has been thrown down a drain pipe. By filling the pipe with water, the team should be able to retrieve the key that's inside it. Go! The children all rush off to collect water. But they don't know that there's a catch. There are holes in the pipe.
You need to come and help me.
Quick-thinking Daniel is straight onto it.
We need to figure out who's covering the hole.
Daniel has clearly got a range of gifts, but being good at a lot of things can have its downside.
Things do come to him easily, especially when it comes to sport, and I'm scared that if he doesn't succeed, how he'll affect him.
He seems to manage this by putting other people first.
If people are struggling with anything, he'll stop what he's doing and then he'll help them.
While it's good to look after others, Daniel needs to make sure this doesn't overshadow his own strengths. The children are still trying to flush the key out of the pipe. Daniel has taken charge of cup filling while Adam's using his mechanical skills. This may look like chaos, but it's all good for the brain. On a challenge like this, it's all about getting the brain to be stimulated to think in different ways. It grows that way. It's like a big lump of seaweed, if you will. It's all intertwined, and the more stimulus it gets, the more developed it gets, the more robust those connections become.
Right, we're halfway there.
Ben's decided his role is to pump water. Ben has helped out with understanding how all 3 wells can have water in them. So he was like the catalyst in the situation there. He helped them find a way of doing this. This exercise is about teamwork, but I'm also looking for the problem solvers who stand out from the crowd, like Nicholas, who's even using his tongue to plug the pipe. In the classroom, Nicholas's mind wanders and he finds it hard to concentrate.
Nicholas does not succeed as well when there's a large written element involved.
Nicholas isn't shining as well as he might in class, particularly in literacy.
If we don't get working with him now, it will be a problem. I don't want him to lose what he's got, but I don't want him to be stupid.
But I see Nicholas as a real entrepreneur. So far, this has gone undetected. Without help, he could easily slip through the net.
Right. Oh, good. No! Kid, there's one behind there.
They've got the key and it's mission accomplished. All the children approached this task with a great mental attitude. They all got in there, they all wanted to get into the challenge and succeed. It's been a great day.
Yeah. I had a really good time.
Now it's back home for the children while I head to my studio for some serious thinking. When I take children to the Activity Centre, it's really as much about them finding out about themselves as me also finding different things about them. And one of the things I found about Daniel is he's learnt the lesson of the fact that it's great to be leading people, sorting people out, but you also have to look after yourself. And I think he did amazingly well. When it comes to Adam, he was totally in his element. Mechanical aptitude coming to the fore. Really, really proud. He did a great job. Does he need me now? No, because he knows that's his gift. With Tawny, I found that because she'd got to get in there with the challenge, because it was all timed and she'd got to get into the whole rush of the thing, she forgot about trying to be perfect with every answer. I think she's learnt a lot about herself. Now then, when it comes to Ben, what we see in him is somebody who's very quietly confident, very mature, and that can be quite daunting for parents. So I'd like to see how his parents are handling that. It's interesting. Nicholas. He's not bothered about the water pumping. He actually put his tongue in the hole to stop the water coming out. That's how committed he is. So I think these two, for very different reasons, are why they must come with me now through to the next stage. With Ben and Nicholas, I've got my 2 children, but I know that it's hard for a child's gifts to flourish without the right kind of parental support. So now it's time to meet their parents.
Ben's a very active, doing person. He doesn't like to be sat doing writing and stuff, but if you ask him to show you something or talk about something, that's where his strengths are. He's like us.
He's a bit like us.
Very, very demanding is Nicholas, really is.
Every item of clothing that he owns at the moment has either got paint on it, it's ripped.
Or glue.
Or glue, because he's constantly in the garage
just making things.
Cap guns, everything off the internet you can imagine that child makes. But apart from that, he's a lovely child.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm setting both families a challenge to find out more about how the parents interact with their sons. This is going to be a challenge where you are a pilot of a barge, okay? All right, you ready for it? Okay. Both families need to manoeuvre their boats through the lock. The hitch is both boats are pointing the wrong way around. I'm watching closely to see how each family communicates under pressure. You've got to go through that lock behind you. But the first thing you've got to do is you've got to turn this around, okay, and I'll see you the other side. Simple, eh?
Yeah.
Do you want me to go?
Nicholas's dad, Stephen, immediately takes charge.
Stephen, slow down. Stephen, slow it down.
Yeah, all right, love.
Dad's kind of in charge here a little bit, and he's doing a good job here, but he's also doing a good job of taking that branch off that banking.
Stephen, you need to keep it really calm, not too fast.
Yeah, okay, love.
Going a bit far to this side of it.
Sorry.
No, what?
We're both virgins. Never done it before.
Meanwhile, Ben's family seems to be taking a much calmer approach.
It's turning it round now, isn't it? Just let her drift. It's not a race, is it?
Nice teamwork with Mum and Dad there, not at all perturbed.
That's a nice angle there. You just let her drift.
Plain sailing so far, but now it's time to negotiate the lock. Stephen and Karen can't decide on the best approach.
If you just go nice and slow, you should just go in there.
Listen, watch, Mum. Right,
it's that way,
this is the paddle thing.
That way's that
if
way.
If you turn it that way, I turn that way. If you turn it that way, I turn that way.
If you do it nice and slow.
The thing is, as a tail.
Watch
you turn me that way.
Where to go.
The phrase, too many cooks spoil the broth, is one that springs to mind. You know, everybody's giving instructions, just get the boat through the lock. Dead simple, keep it simple. And Ben and his parents are doing just that.
So it's clockwise, the same way as a clock goes. Can you see it working? Is it lifting it?
Mum, it's hard doing it in this life jacket.
You've got to think of safety, Ben.
I'm really impressed with Emma and Ben working together like this, so calm. They all know what the strategy is, you know. Emma's going to direct Ben, and Ben's really quick because he's mechanical like that. Dead impressive. Meanwhile, Nicholas's parents still seem to prefer the chaotic approach.
Slightly that way. Just slightly that way, love, yeah? Slight reverse it, slightly, love, yeah?
Can't hear a word you're saying.
Reverse it a bit more, woman.
Nicholas.
Do you know if you ever say another thing about women can't do?
I'm
just
exonerated.
remember this.
Women drivers now, you're exonerated.
Yeah, right, thank you.
Finally, they make it. Watching the families together has been highly revealing. It's time for me to decide who most needs help for my brain training. They both did a really good job of the challenge in very different ways. I wouldn't say it was masters and commanders, but they did get the boats through the lock. And what they both did, which was very impressive for me, is they brought the children in and spoke to them like adults right from the very beginning. This is dead important for children this age because they've got ideas and opinions, so bring them in and then you're all working together. They both did that. When it came to panic situations, though, they both had very different ways of coping with this. There's an awful lot of kerfuffle went on with Nicholas's parents. They changed their plans several times. Whereas Ben's parents were more systematic, saying, no, we won't change our plan. All right, we're in a bit of a panic situation, but we're going to carry on. It is difficult for me now to make a decision, but I think looking at this, I have made it, and I know I'm going to work with next. Hello, Nicholas.
Hello, Bernadette.
I've got some exciting news for you. I've picked you now to do one-on-one brain training, so you're through to the next stage.
I'm through to the next stage.
Well done, mate. How do you feel?
Really, really good.
That's great.
Nicholas is a young entrepreneur. He tends to see the big picture, not the small details. So he's got innovative thinking, he's got business acumen. These are all really important gifts that he's got. But when it comes to things like spelling, he's like, well, what's the importance of that then? As long as people understand what I say, why should I get it right? Well, increasingly that will become important, as will things like learning how to storytell, get things in an organised structure so that he can convey his ideas. With brain training, I can help him address those areas so that he gets both the best out of school and his gifts. Going through Nicholas's schoolwork throws a spotlight on areas I want to focus on. Now, this story here, it's full of energy, it's full of ideas, but there's actually no order to the story here. I've got a challenge for Nicholas which will help bring his written work up to scratch while playing to his entrepreneurial strengths. I would like you to design a whole new toy to sell to a big toy firm.
Oh, God.
In just 2 months, this 10-year-old boy has got to design a game, build a prototype, and prepare a sales pitch for industry heavyweights.
It's a kid's toy, and it's it's the first one to do it to launch a rocket.
It's a lot to ask, and he's got a lot to learn.
If I was a toy company and he pitched like that tomorrow, he'd have been out of the door.
Can I help Nicholas put it together in time? I'm worried how such an inventive mind will cope with school structures. I can see that his parents, Steve and Karen, aren't constrained by rules.
I've always been a strong believer that when the children, there should be children, and they've all the time in the world to learn. You've got till you're 18 to be a child. Whatever they tell you, being an adult isn't fun.
No.
It's not.
It's all, you must conform.
Yeah, you must conform,
I'm sorry, we're not like that.
Rules are not the be-all and end-all. But without them, Nicholas could find himself in trouble when he starts secondary school next year. For Nicholas to pull off his challenge, he's going to have to learn how to train his brain. To begin with, I'm going to take him through a visualisation technique which professional athletes like Johnny Wilkinson and Tiger Woods use before they've got a major challenge. I want you to imagine you've got a very large square canvas, all right? So it's empty at the moment. I'm helping Nicholas visualise his success in the boardroom of a major British toy company where he'll be delivering his final pitch. I want you to start filling in the details of your special day when you're going to address the board here in this room. Fill in all the colours, sounds, everything you can think of. For the human brain, seeing is believing. When it visualises something, it doesn't think about past, present or future. It starts to focus on making the picture a reality. Now hold that picture, hold that frame, and take another deep breath. And open your eyes. You're going to achieve great things, and you're going to do it right here, in this room, this table, okay? Because Nicholas has got to produce a written pitch, I want to get straight down to business with his literacy.
It's cylinder, not cylinder. So you've got to listen. You've got to listen. So 5 more cylinder.
With a guy like Nicholas, when he's writing things down, because he's an ideas person, because creativity is number one in his mind, the detail of spelling a word is not first and foremost his priority.
You're not concentrating again.
Some children learn best through sight or sound, but Nicholas is a child who learns best through doing. This is called kinesthetic learning. Well, to do your challenge, you need to be able to sell things, but you need to spell things as well. Now, let's start with the fact that you're inventing a what? What's this? T. Begins with T and ends with S. My solution for Nicholas, spelling with three-dimensional letters. Okay, good. So you're into these new toys that you've made. Now, unique. Now, this Playing with letters allows him to learn in the mode his brain likes best, hands-on learning. This brain training technique is much more effective than learning by rote. This activity may seem really simple, and it is. It's dead easy to do at home, but the benefit for his brain is just massive. You see, a hands-on person needs to be able to learn by touching and doing. What he needs to be able to do is feel the letters, see them in different colours, make the letters really shout out, so that when he goes back into school, he can see the letters, he can almost feel the letters through his brain. It's something he can handle, something he can control. And when it comes to kinesthetic learners, why not dive in even deeper and combine learning with doing something they love? If you've got a child who wants to learn spelling and they like swimming, let them play with the letters, let them spell things out when they're swimming. It really is deep brain learning. When a child has motivation and they're enjoying it, then they start to learn. And you know what? You don't have to push them, they'll do it themselves then. Invention. Do you think you could make any other words out of that?
I can try to make as many as I can.
And if your child has a problem in another subject, like maths, swap the letters for numbers and it'll work just as well.
Good job.
But Nicholas hasn't only got the written pitch to worry about, he's got to come up with a killer concept for a toy design. I'm really pleased that he's already been hard at it.
This is the UFO with a little toy gun on the side and a speaker box.
Right.
Because inside there's a button that you click and it says "We come in peace" or something.
Right.
Oh well, what's that? Anyway, there's a button, electric button for the doors. It's electrical and it slides, it just comes down.
Nicholas obviously has some complicated ideas. Nicholas is very, very creative, very innovative. You don't want to stifle that because that's his power, that's his gift. But at the same time, to get the best out of that gift, he needs to learn how to organise his ideas, how to keep it simple so that people can keep up with him. This is a big challenge for someone that's so creative, but that's what we have to work on here. To help Nicholas come up with a realistic design, I've arranged for him to do a spot of market research at a toy trade fair in London. If Nicholas doesn't find out a bit more about what the industry is after, he could be in trouble.
That's cool! I'm going to this meeting and I'm going to show it to all these people.
Show it to the people?
Yeah, and see if I can.
And what does it do? What's the secret?
It's a secret. I'm going to kill you if I have to tell you.
I knew you would want to tell me,
So what you've got to have a think about is how much you think it would be in the shops for as well, because you have to work backwards of how much that is going to cost to make.
You and your dad needs to make a model of what it is. That then gives an idea of what is going to be necessary to manufacture it into plastic.
Nicholas is picking up some valuable tips.
I need to keep it simple and don't have it too complicated because when they have to make it, it'll cost a bit.
What's this, Nick?
Hey, can we stretch it?
Yeah, I'll grab his legs and you grab his arms.
What did they?
Oh, wow.
It's like me.
Blink.
I used to have one of them when I was a kid, you know.
Dad, don't touch it.
I know.
Having fun with your kids is important, but I'm still worried that a disregard for rules could leave Nicholas ill-prepared for the whole new world of secondary school next year.
I should go bang.
No.
Now, obviously, Nicholas is very, very creative, very, very innovative. He's got all those ingredients. He's got the patience right now in primary school to sit there and think, well, I'll listen to that. I don't agree with it, but I'll do it. But when he goes into secondary school, it's a whole new ballgame because there's more rules. In a way, it can be feeling constrictive for him. How are you sort of helping him think about that?
I always said to Nicholas, do it your own way. Don't let other people tell you how to do it. You can have freedom. You can be your own person, but you have sometimes got to follow a system, the system as such.
He's going to have to work with that system in secondary school.
Yeah.
So I want to do something with you. Chess. Do you play chess at all?
I do now and
You
again.
do.
Yeah.
Okay. From snakes and ladders through to football, once you know the rules of a game, you stand a better chance of knowing how to win.
These are the pawns, and these can go forwards and sideways. This
Plus
one
can
here,
do an L, can't they?
yeah, that's right, in an L. So that can go there or there. Can that go there though, Nicholas? I don't think it can.
No, it can only go.
It can go 3 forward and 1 to the side. Can you see any pawn on the board where you could take one of mine?
That one?
No.
That one?
Yes.
Mine.
What Nicholas is learning is that there are bonus points to understanding the rules of a game.
Good move.
Have it.
Good move.
The school education system works exactly the same way. There are bonus points to understanding how the education system works. The system ain't perfect, but if you can learn to work with it, you're going to get more out of it. And children understand that for games, and when they understand it for games, they can understand it for school as well.
Vengeance is sweet, and I'm going to take your bishop.
I'm going to kill you.
I think he wants to beat you now, Dad.
Right, okay.
I really do want to beat you. Can I move all the way up to there? Just like a...
I think you've seen a fatal mistake that I've made there. I believe that is...
Checkmate.
Well done, Nicholas. I tell you what, you learnt those rules fast, and you did a great job of teaching him. With only a few weeks left before Nicholas has to present his game to a panel of toy experts, it's time to get going on a model based on his refined design, a UFO that opens out to reveal a figure-of-8 board game.
I don't bother reading the instructions, Dad, do I?
No. That's great, is that, Nicholas?
I need you to hold it again.
Yeah.
The design might be coming to life, but the heat is on to perfect the pitch.
Hello, my name is Nicholas and I've came here today to show you my invention. It's a toy and, I've forgotten. It's a kid's toy and it's a UFO where you can open the top and you can mess around with it. If you go around, you've got your figure of 8, then you've got little sections on it. Well, it'll say pick a card, and it'll say 2 different kinds. Like there's some bit.
Nicholas is struggling to make any sense at all.
And it's it's the first one to do it to launch your rocket, and that's all really. And if you'd like to ask any questions.
No. If I was a toy company and he pitched like that tomorrow, he'd have been out the door.
I want Nicholas to see that pitching is really not that different to telling a story. If I can train his brain to structure a story, he'll be halfway there. By the end of this, you'll know how to order a story. You'll have a beginning, middle and an end. But what's happened is some very, very expensive jewels have been taken. But there's no point in just explaining story structure in words to a hands-on learner like Nicholas. To engage his brain at every level, he needs props. All the items that I've used here are things that I've just got from my house. And basically, just get them talking through a story, but acting it through. Giving them props like this gives them something to hold on to, and then they can start to think. So do you think you might be able to think where this crime took place to start us off?
Santa's Grotto.
Santa's Grotto, right, so it starts off in Santa's Grotto. Now, Nicholas is thinking, really, if you had sort of like a star, and you can imagine little shooting stars coming off of that, that's how he's thinking about something. So if you try and put things down in a story, you're really asking him to think in a straight line in a way. So the activity I'm doing with Nicholas today is to help him harness all that creativity, but also in a way that he's ordered for his sales pitch. You've got a great beginning now, yeah? But then what happened? What happened, Nicholas?
There's a big, probably there's a big row.
Why did they have a row?
Because they're all a bit twisted.
Who, in the end, had stolen the jewels?
The rich woman.
The rich woman. All right, so you've got a beginning, you've got a middle, and you've got an end. Well done. Now he's got the concept, I think Nicholas is ready to apply this simple structure to his sales pitch. Now, first and foremost, you need to keep it simple at the beginning and say what the game is about, what's it called, what you're trying to do, and what has to happen. With any presentation, body language is also key. When you're doing it, you don't want to lose eye contact with them.
The name of the game is called Cosmic Quest, and there are two sides. The purple side is the aliens, and the green side, no, the blue side is the humans.
Yeah, you've got it. I like that. That's really, really good. With the presentation taking shape, I want to help Nicholas gain confidence in speaking out in front of strangers.
Hey, best banana buyer today, girls, pick your own. You can have 5 for £1, giant size peach.
All right, Nicholas, this guy here, Richard, is going to teach you the hard sell, the basic hard sell, right? And I want you to do it straight after, okay? Because you've got to get used to pitching. It's no use having lots of designs in your shed if you can't sell them, yeah? Richard? I'm leaving Nick in your capable hands. All right, come on.
Hey, banana today, girls, 35 pence a pound.
Bananas today, girls, 35p. Oh.
Hey, banana today, girls, at 35 pence a pound.
Bananas today, girls, 35 pence a pound. Seedless.
A kinesthetic or hands-on learner like Nicholas will always learn best in a vibrant, real-life situation like this one.
Finally, I can't get told off for shouting. Yeah!
Lots of people, approximately a third of the population worldwide, will be people who enjoy learning by doing, kinesthetic learners. What we know now from brain development over the past 15 years is you have to work with that because that is how they learn. They love the experience of doing something. So don't talk about it, do it.
Bananas, 35p a pound. Nectarines, 10 for 6, 10 for a pound. Oh yeah, seedless grapes. 60p pence for a pound.
This is all good practice, but in just 3 days' time, 10-year-old Nicholas will have to pitch his game idea to giants of the industry at one of Britain's biggest toy manufacturers. Will he stand up to their scrutiny? For the past 2 months, I've been teaching 10-year-old Nicholas Jackson brain training techniques which any child can use to help bring out his hidden gift as an entrepreneur. He's been falling behind at school because of his problems with written English, yet by tomorrow, Nicholas must be ready to present a written sales pitch for his own game design to the top managers at a large toy company. To help him pull it off, I've shown Nicholas how a hands-on learner like him can bring a story alive. Trained his brain to visualise success so he can achieve it. Very large square canvas. And how learning to spell doesn't have to involve pen and paper. But to prove that Nicholas has really learnt to harness his creativity, I want to repeat the challenge he first did 2 months ago.
Something fancy.
How many things could you do with a skateboard starting from now?
A tray to put your tea on and eat it. A servant's tray to carry the drinks. A surfboard when you're surfing.
Yep.
You can line it backwards and fix cars in a row. Stuff
Yes.
like that.
Creatively, Nicholas is on a roll, and that's not all. Everyone's noticed an improvement in his schoolwork.
Nicholas has improved generally, and also it's made him more likely to respond confidently in the classroom when we have discussions in different lessons.
Some minors.
His spelling's come on, he's really, really come on. He did a spelling test the other week and he got 21 out of 21, which is amazing.
Great news, but tomorrow Nicholas must try selling his new game to managers at the Character Toy Group. He's finished building the prototype and he's been practicing his pitch relentlessly.
I know it's scruffy, but you get the picture. Any questions?
The day has finally arrived, but it has been a restless night for Nicholas.
High five me now. Are we okay? Yeah? Say yes.
Yeah.
All that remains now is for him to write out his presentation.
Detonation.
Nice and neat, Nicholas. That's a bit of a wonky detonation, isn't it? Oh, that's lovely.
That is fantastic, Nicholas.
It's time to pack up and leave, flip chart and all.
Right. That's not going in.
What are we going to do now then?
Buy a bigger car. Just put everything in and I'll tie this down. Delays, brilliant, superb. That's just what we want.
Yeah, right, sunshine.
Time is getting tighter.
Nicholas has come a long way, but he's still got to pull this off, and he's invented something. It's great, but how that boardroom reacts to that idea is a different thing altogether. What we can't do is control how other people think. So at that point, it's going to be all down to his sales pitch.
Finally, Nicholas arrives.
Love you. Good luck.
Ready and waiting for Nicholas in their Oldham office are the marketing manager, the senior product manager, and the managing director of toy company Character Options. The time has come for Nicholas's pitch.
Hi, my name is Nicholas Jackson and I've came here today to show you my invention. After I told you the features of my invention, you are going to want to buy it. The aim of the game is to launch your rocket first into space. You need cards to get these pieces of the rocket, and how you get these cards is these brightly coloured places. You've got to keep out of the black hole because that can you don't have to keep going to the start and starting over again. My USP, my unique selling point is it's portable, it's addictive in a good way, and there's nothing out there like my.
After a slightly rocky start, Nicholas is beginning to win the board over.
I was thinking of selling it at $29.99, and the manufacturing is in China because I've heard that it's very, very cheap. Any questions?
What age group are you targeting, Nicholas?
I want it to 8 to 11-year-olds. 8 years old, it sounds, they can't read detonation card because some of them can't. Or teleportation. Well, there could be like little pictures, couldn't there?
Okay. Colin?
Have you played it with any of your friends?
I played it with a few of my friends. 2 14-year-olds, and they played it 6 times after because they loved it.
Right.
How did you come up with the name, Nicholas?
Oh, it was brainstorming, thinking, the internet, market researching. So we thought we'd stick with that. It'd be a perfect idea.
Excellent. I mean, the objective of the game is sounds great.
Yep.
Great ideas. Obviously, further development to go there.
Yep.
Nicholas has pulled it off.
His presentation was as good as I've seen from people a lot older than him.
He was brilliant.
Brain probe, missed a turn. I'm getting all bad ones.
It was a unique and different idea.
Just needs a bit more work and development, and I'm sure we'll go far.
And maybe in 6 years' time, you know, Nicholas will be knocking on the door here wanting to join our product development department. Of course we'd let him in.
Nicholas just blew me away. I know he was confident, but you know that was another level.
It's the best thing I've ever seen him do.
It went pretty good, I thought.
Today, all the training came into place. He's put that together with his raw ability there, and we've got dynamite. It was great.
So proud of him.
3 months ago, he was a kid with a million ideas. He could stop the moon if he wanted to, and now he's a kid with a million ideas and the right way of doing it. If every child could just have just a little bit of this, just a little bit of this, how further they could go. It's fantastic.
Now my search is on to unearth more hidden gifts in other school children with simple brain training techniques you can use at home with your own child. My name is Bernadette Tynan. I've spent nearly 20 years researching the secrets of the brain and developing brain training techniques guaranteed to bring out the best in any child. I've helped thousands of children unlock their special gifts and talents. But I'm convinced that our exam-crazed education system is still failing to spot the abilities of many children. I'm making it my mission to prove that brain training really works by showing you how I can go into any school and spot a seemingly ordinary child whose gifts are being missed. I'll train that child to do something they'll have no idea they can do. Can I make them brilliant? This week I'm in London on the lookout for hidden abilities at St Clement's and St James Primary School.
I'm not interested in the usual suspects. It's the children that seem to have a very good ability at getting an A grade straight off. The children I'm looking for have got an ability that's hidden.
These 8 to 11-year-old children are at a critical stage of development. Their brains are buzzing with connections and they're still open to new ways of thinking. It's a perfect age to spot hidden gifts.
Sometimes if you don't fit into the kind of ordinary way of doing things through education, which is normally pen to paper, listening, writing, you're going to go straight under the radar of any test. Those are the ones that can fall by the wayside, and that's what I come here to find.
Over the next 3 days, I'm going to be looking for one ordinary child to take on an exciting journey of intensive brain training. Organising the children to construct something will tell me a lot.
I have a big challenge for these teams today, and I'm looking to see who can think creatively, who's good at problem solving, who's got the bright ideas. Are you ready? Yes! Well, let's get going then.
My first challenge is for these 3 teams to build a cardboard house around their teacher and solve an anagram that reveals the name of each home.
We've got a lot of action going on extremely quickly here. Good organisation, but it was like a joint sort of effort all at once.
But it's not just fun, it gives me a window into how a child thinks and learns.
The chap right in front of the door who sorted out the letters very quickly, he's a verbal thinker. He's not interested in the hands-on bit of the challenge. He's the kind of person that learns more by seeing things, reading things. Another of the people in the group here is more interested in the kinesthetic, hands-on problem solving, which means instead of thinking about it, he works it through by feeling his way through the problem. Completely different strategy.
Do we have to change classes? Do we have to change something green? Yes!
I'm also on the lookout for creative thinking, so I've asked the children to write a letter to their teacher explaining what makes this house perfect for them.
Can you tell me what's going on here? Miss Herbert, she likes lots of red stuff, and she's very fiery teacher, and she's a really nice teacher. Okay, smashing, great. One of the children here has thought of all the different things you can associate with red. Red handbags, red clothes, red house, red flowers, anything. The others didn't really catch on as quick, so we've got a divergent thinker here, somebody who's easily able to think outside the box.
The house building has been revealing, but before I can decide who would most benefit from my training, I have a lot more research on my hands. And that means talking to teachers as well as children.
The brothers stood paralysed with fear.
I find, especially when it comes to handwriting and spelling, first impressions can often be deceptive.
As they looked back, they saw the abomination disappearing into the distance.
Goodness, such a lot of big words in there. It's good, but why do you do that?
Because it sounds really good.
It sounds terrific. Playing games can tell me a lot about a child's skills, and I've noticed this boy.
Like in just a few moments, he'd learned how to get his stance right, how to actually get his feet right. He had to think about all that. That's called self-directed learning, and he was starting to apply that.
Children who are good at art can easily be overlooked, yet artistic ability can be a great indicator of hidden gifts.
You've got your own style already. Did somebody teach you to do those different angles?
Not really. I just tried to do the angles myself.
Yeah, well, you've got a good grip on it.
This child seems to have a unique way of seeing the world. I've already spotted a raft of interesting gifts at this primary school. Now I've got to whittle it down to just 5 children to take with me onto the next stage. I couldn't fail to notice this child, Tommy. I saw lots of evidence of a very bright mind with bundles of energy. And I think sometimes in the classroom he's got a tendency to be a bit of a trickster because of that. And that can be a problem. What has caught my eye about this little boy, Luke, is that he's really interested in exploring new words, in his work. He writes really mature stories, very interesting themes in there. All that natural ability could be so easily masked because he's got unruly handwriting. But he also has a social side to him. I'm wondering if we just focus all the time on the writing, if we might not be missing something else. Then I've spotted Abby. She wants to make herself heard, but I'm not sure she's going about it in the right way. I've seen a couple of instances where she does take the lead, and I think we could have some hidden leadership ability in there. I'm also very taken with Cairo, though I can see how she gets distracted sometimes. And in the classroom, all her lessons, she's always at the centre there, making sure that she's noticed, getting involved with everything. I think she's also very imaginative, she's, interested in her work. But at the moment, I think there's a little danger that she's becoming focused on the friendship part of her schooling, rather than thinking about her academic study. A young lady called Aaliyah, one of the things she's got to learn in the classroom is to put her hand up just a little bit more and not be afraid to share her ideas. She's a great thinker at a very deep level. She also thinks in the abstract. That means that she's very, very good at art, but verbally in the classroom she's quite subdued. So all things considered, I think that my final 5 in this school are definitely going to be Tommy, Aaliyah, Luke, Cairo and Abby. Children like these can easily slip through the net in the current education regime. I believe if we can get them out of the classroom, they'll have a real chance to shine. I've got to work out who to take on an intensive brain training journey to achieve something brilliant, but I can only choose one child.
Ow! We're here! We're finally here!
Just one of them is going to learn how to harness their brain, learning techniques that you can try with your child. I need to figure out which of these bright minds would benefit most from working with me.
So I want you to let your imagination go wild and think how many things you could do with this creature, okay?
First up, a creativity challenge.
You can use it as a back scratcher, pretending it's a pet and doing its fur. Pillow.
I'm interested in how the children think, not what they know.
Hang glider.
The most creative minds are uninhibited, making random, even eccentric connections between things.
Good, okay.
Cairo loves music and has a great imagination, but her creative mind can go off at a tangent.
She's a bit loud.
Quick-witted.
Eager.
Creative energy comes out in many ways. It doesn't always sit easily with work in the classroom.
Cairo can be a bit of a flibber-to-gibber. Her mind's half on one thing, something else catches her attention, needs to keep focused.
Sometimes I send notes to my friends about what we're going to do in the playground.
Children like Cairo remind me of a Catherine wheel, full of sparks with only the centre point still. The challenge is to stop them from spinning off.
You can brush it.
Good one.
Model or something. I can use it for a rucksack. This one's my bag.
This one's your bag? Okay,
I'm interested in how many ideas the children can come up with and their originality.
A dancing partner.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
A parachute.
And for me, the wilder the better.
Trampoline.
Lots of creativity going on in this challenge, people coming up with great ideas, but really the clear winner in this, in terms of originality, has to go to Luke. I mean, trampolining on the cheetah, I thought was top marks there.
When it comes to writing ability, Luke is 9, going on 21.
Luke would like to be the next Harry Potter writer.
I like writing about made-up things and monsters and stuff like that.
A child with a vivid imagination can get frustrated when others don't keep up.
The area for improvement for Luke would be in the way he interacts with other children, very headstrong, wants his ideas heard, needs to learn a few more skills of diplomacy.
I want to see how Luke expresses himself as a team member before I can work out if he needs my help. Next, a classic thinking puzzle. I want the children to figure out which one of these shapes is the odd one out and why. It's how they think about the problem that interests me, not whether they get it right or wrong.
Tell me what you're thinking.
These are like the same shape, so...
While Abby's focusing on the shapes, Tommy thinks the answer lies with the orange balls.
That one's going down.
Yes.
And these ones are going straight.
Right.
In fact, to find the odd one out, you've got to look at both the shapes and the orange balls. But so far, no one's yet made the connection.
That if it was standing up and the balls and the two balls were one there and one there, then they would all be the same.
Fantastic. Really well done.
She might not be able to explain exactly why, but Aaliyah's got the right idea. This puzzle is actually about symmetry. If you draw a line in between the balls on these shapes, it leaves two symmetrical halves. If you do the same with the blue one, the resulting parts are not identical.
Most of the other children were finding that a bit challenging and would focus on either the shape, the curve of a shape, in relation to a straight-sided shape, or they'd look at where the balls were situated. But Aaliyah cracked it. She was able to deal with both at the same time.
With this kind of smart mind at work, what's holding Aaliyah back?
1, 2, 1.
She's got great thinking ability and can express herself artistically really well, but in the classroom, she's underperforming.
Aaliyah is a little bit daydreamy and you don't feel that she's fully concentrating. When she is focused, she can come up with some great ideas.
But she finds putting her hand up and sharing these thoughts really difficult.
Expressing herself at the moment is a bit of a problem.
And that's just how individual gifts get lost in our system. It can be hard for parents to know how to help.
Go, go, go!
My final challenge is problem solving, and there's no better way to get the brain cells working than an emergency situation. I've told the group that they're on a plane that has just crash landed.
Go, go, go!
Their first task is to locate emergency supplies. But there's a catch. The supplies are in a no-go zone, and they'll have to use hooks to retrieve them.
Just hook it up somewhere around here, then try pull it down and then hook it up.
I'm looking for the child with the brightest ideas to crack this challenge.
First try get those bags. Oh, I nearly got it. This, you guys! Use it! Use this.
Immediately, Tommy's firing on all cylinders. Tommy's quick-witted and full of energy, but that's got a downside.
Well, I'm a mischief cheeky boy.
Very enthusiastic, yeah, but it's hard work.
It's like the biggest chatterbox that we have in the class. Sometimes I might get in a little bit of teensy-weensy trouble.
Lively kids like this can tread a fine line between quick wit and class clown. That's something to watch closely as they move up into secondary school.
Do you mean to hold it up? Is that the best way, to just kind of keep doing it that way, or try another way?
All of us need to hold one.
The children need to work out how to spread the strings evenly and control the hook.
And like hang it on there.
Abby's got complete control here. She's the one with all the ideas and she has got the problem sussed.
Tommy, you're supposed to keep it on there.
Abby has strong thoughts and opinions and she's not afraid to voice them.
Sometimes I think that I'm a bit too bossy and like some people don't like that.
Abby can be bossy with her younger sister.
Come on then, Jess.
He never ever stops being bossy to me.
You can say do this, do that, and that might get on your nerves.
Where some see bossiness, I see signs of strong leadership ability.
She's a strong force in the classroom because Abby, she can speak her mind.
Go on, Karen.
So she will take the lead.
It's done soon. Do you know when you have 7, what do you have to do?
Like any other gift, leadership needs to be managed. A child who's written off as bossy can become frustrated and lose motivation. The kids have just 2 minutes left to fish out their supplies, but they'll have to work as a team to do it.
I'm seeing that Aaliyah is happy to take instructions, although she does understand the problem solving.
Oh, it was close, it's close. I've got it through, I've got it through this. Yeah, you need to take
Although less forceful than some, Luke is embracing the teamwork.
Got it. Oh!
Well done.
I thought that it was really imaginative because I've never heard of anything like that before, so it was really different.
Normally, I will be playing with my toys upstairs in my own room.
Problem solving in a new environment like this can really fire children's imaginations and stimulate their brains.
Oh, yeah! Look at that!
I've seen for myself that these children are a lot more remarkable than any school reports might suggest. But I can only work with one of them. It's time for me to get back to base and figure out who could benefit the most from my brain training. Abby, I think, has learnt a lot from the challenges. She's really come out as a very, very strong leader and got really good ability with the maths. I don't think she needs me to go on with her any further. Luke has got fantastic writing ability. That is his gift. At the Outdoor Pursuit Centre, he showed himself to also be quite able to step in there and, you know, get his ideas across when it came to problem solving. I've not really got any concerns or reason to take him forward because I think he's doing perfectly fine. My thinking is, right now, is that Cairo has taken herself more seriously in the challenges. You know, she really has got in there. Nothing really fazed her at all. And I think that as long as she now continues to focus, I think that she really is on a very good road to success. So I don't think at this stage I want to take her through. Aaliyah has got fantastic ideas, and although I saw glimpses of this, you know, her ability to come out of herself when she was actually in the activities and challenges, that was great. But I think there's more needs to come out. That's not sufficient right now. There's a lot more to work on there. That needs to be really taken to the next stage. And Tommy, great leader, you know, helps his friends out, but is he looking after him? No, at this stage. He's more interested in looking after his friends, and I think he's got this high energy. He needs to think about how he's going to direct his learning. Yeah, he's got a lot going for him, this little boy, but I just think at this stage he needs to know more about himself and me to tell him that so that he can make the most of those abilities. So all things considered, I've narrowed it down to Tommy and Aaliyah. If I'm going to make either of these kids brilliant, I need to know that both of them are understood and supported at home. It's time to meet the parents.
He's just so lively.
100-mile-an-hour kid he is, yeah. I think sometimes he forgets, like he does at home, that there's another 20-plus children in that class.
I'll say she's a happy child. She's sensitive to people. That's something I'm aware of. She's quite sensitive. She picks up on your feelings in a way.
I've invited both families to the country for a picnic to see if I can find out a bit more about how they interact. But things are not always as they seem.
You need to stop eating because these sheep are in the wrong field. You need to get them in that field, in that pen. You need to go.
I know, we're joking.
No, we're not. We've got to get the sheep in the pen. Leah, you coming?
It's a perfect opportunity for me to observe them problem solving together.
That's right.
Make sauce!
Come this way.
Come on, come round. Take the fine.
Immediately I can see that Aaliyah, sister Aisha and mum Andrea are all pulling in different directions.
No, Leah, don't run at them.
Wrong way.
Tommy's mum Lisa and sister Molly are seeing the funny side while dad Freddie is using his real-life experience as a rat catcher.
Hold that gate in that line there, and we bring him round here, everyone straight.
Oh, you mean that loose gate?
Exactly.
Oh, I see.
And Tommy's following his lead.
But you two have to stay there and then the gate will be there.
I'll stand over there and you've got to herd them round.
Aaliyah's family have realised if they don't work together, they'll never get these pesky sheep into that pen.
Come in a little bit. It's in the field. Mum, you're going to have to come in.
Remember, I'm the brains.
Oh, yeah.
You're the brawn.
Tommy's very much in on the action here, but you can almost see that directed learning at work. Even though he's very distracted with other things, he's trying desperately, and that's the good thing about Tommy. He does self-direct his learning. In other words, he checks what he's doing and thinks, actually, that's a better way to think, I'll go that way.
You do them, I'll do these.
Tommy, Don't move!
They're going to make a rush for here.
Okay. No. Is that not attached?
I think they might just pull this off here.
Lee, come back a bit.
Because they've actually all listened to each other now, working together.
The other side. Stay there,
You can see that Aaliyah can take instructions very well, and she's doing a little bit like she did at the outdoor activity centre. She's really thinking about things. She doesn't say a lot, but it's all happening. She's listening, taking everything in. Very quick study, very quick learner.
Follow the leader. Mum, you kind of got to keep them in.
And with teamwork, they've cracked it.
Shut the gate, son. Shut the gate.
Back with Tommy's family, it's all gone a bit pear-shaped. The sheep have escaped.
Oh, we're just rubbish at sheep herding. Oh, I promise I'll never eat shepherd's pie again.
Oh, it was fun. It was fun. Hard work, but fun.
Hard work, but fun. Sheep herding has told me everything I need to know. There wasn't a lot of communication going on right at the very beginning. It was difficult for Aaliyah to really even get any input in there. But eventually they started to try and work together. When it comes to Tommy's family, the father takes charge. And then, of course, because this guy is high energy, he's saying, excuse me, I know that you may be experiencing this, but actually I've got some ideas. And what was brilliant about Mum is she said, what is that you want to then work with? And she brings his ideas in. So there's a lot of different brainstorming going on all the way through the challenge. A noble tussle with those animals there, all right, by both sets of families. But I have no doubt which of these children most needs my help. Good morning, Aaliyah. It's Bernadette here. I've got some very, very good news for you. You have been picked. How do you feel?
I feel excited, thank you.
What I've seen in you is a great thinker. You've got great ideas, but I want to work with you now on brain training, which will really help you communicate your ideas. Do you feel really happy?
Yeah.
Take care.
Okay.
And I will see you soon. Bye.
Well, I feel so excited. I just want to go outside and run a bit.
Aaliyah is very focused in the classroom. She wants to succeed. She's very switched on. She's always listening and focusing. But just look at that. That body language right there is just one very strong indication that she's thinking very deeply, but she's not going to say anything. She's actually physically blocking her mouth. Now, I want to change that body language there because I want to change it from this to this. I need to get to the root of Aaliyah's hang-up. I've noticed you're a little bit quiet in the classroom sometimes, yeah? I don't see you putting your hand up a lot. What happens there?
Because sometimes I don't really know the question, or I can't pronounce it properly.
Sometimes when you've got a brain that's working that fast, it's difficult to say what you mean. Yeah? To help her overcome this block, I want to harness Aaliyah's natural artistic ability with a special challenge. Are we up for that then?
Yeah.
So we'll take a famous painting, and then you could research all about this painting, its history and how it was developed. You're then going to create your own version of that painting and then present that to other people. How do you feel about that?
A bit nervous, but I think I could try.
Big challenge, isn't it?
Yeah.
You think you could handle it?
I think so.
I believe you can. But she's not going to present her work just anywhere. I booked the National Gallery, a tall order for a child who finds speaking in public a real challenge. Well, that's the plan, but first she's got to convince her mum, Andrea, that she can really do it.
Well, Mum, I'm going to research a famous painting, and then I'm going to paint it in my own way. I'm going to put it in a gallery and then tell the people in the gallery about it.
Okay, that's a very large task. Are you confident about that, doing such a thing?
Yeah.
You are? You know what's going to be involved?
Yeah.
It's quite a lot of work.
Yes, there is a lot of work. Are you a little bit worried about this?
Yes, I am. And basically, she will be having to present in front of a number of people as well. And I'm a bit concerned about how she'll be able to handle that and be able to portray herself as well.
Okay. All right, so you're a little bit anxious about this?
Not a little. Yes, I'm anxious about it.
Yeah, but it is a big task to do. But I think she can do it. I think you can do it, yeah?
I can see that Andrea's got misgivings. It will be a big challenge for her daughter, but I believe I can help her harness her brain power to rise to the event.
All right, well, let's do it. Okay.
It's straight down to work. Where else but in a gallery?
I want you to look around you for a moment and take in what you see around you. Just looking around.
I need to transport her mind to the end of its journey by getting Aaliyah to visualise herself presenting her painting to a gallery full of people.
So what I'm going to ask you to do is to close your eyes now. I want you to think about what you've seen in this room, the colours in the room, pictures. So you're painting a mental image now of the room. Paint that picture very finely, the fine details, making the colours as vivid as possible in your mind's eye. And then I want you to put yourself inside that picture. You are giving your presentation about your painting.
It's a very magical thing about the mind, really, that it doesn't understand whether something's past, present, future, not bothered. It just sees an image of Aaliyah completing the task, achieving her goal.
Imagine them all clapping, imagine the feeling that's giving you.
And once the mind has that picture, it will never be erased. So she can now start working towards the goal.
And take out your camera and take a snapshot of this very important, brilliant moment. Click.
If you can help your child to visualise success when they've got a big challenge ahead of them, they're already on their way to achieving it.
Okay, feel good?
Yeah.
Great.
Before Aaliyah can start work, I need to give her some tools.
All the letters.
I've noticed at the moment she does her work all over the house. I think what we need to do is organise some workspace that's yours. The brain loves habit and ritual. A dedicated space to do their homework in helps children focus and put their mind in the right state for learning. You can train the brain to get ready for homework. You know, children can learn how to get themselves prepped, sit down in one particular place and get on with it. And the trick to doing that is giving the brain a mental trigger. These triggers can be anything from personal objects to clothing. Lovely. Okay, so put that on the chair for a minute. Okay, because when you're working, you need to wear that. And the final touch is a photo taken in the gallery to remind Aaliyah how she saw success in her mind's eye. Great. Okay. Aaliyah's full of enthusiasm and has already chosen the painting she wants to interpret. Anything interesting?
Yeah.
That one there is a Renoir. So what do you like about this one?
Well, it looks like you can actually see, you can see a reflection of them in the sea. I like these kind of colours that they've been using.
Yes, they're nice and bright, aren't they?
Yeah.
Great. So is that your definite choice then for this, do you think?
Yeah.
All right then. The skip is a classic work by Renoir. Renoir. But she hasn't started her painting yet and doesn't know anything about him. With less than 2 months to go before her presentation, she's got to get going. Just think about how old it might be. So have a look through it, see what you might find.
So that he became popular for doing this painting.
Yes. The key to good learning is ownership. Aaliyah will take in far more if it interests her. She's got a new word with the River Seine, which is going to be important for her presentation, that she remembers that and where the River Seine is. She's not been to Paris, France, so she's doing a little picture in her mind that she can remember of the actual Eiffel Tower. So it's a little triangle written in red, plus the word written in red. She's going to remember it better, in fact 90% better than she would if she just kind of wrote it down from a book.
Okay,
all right, so you want to put skiff down? Yeah. Using colours and symbols like this will help her brain remember at a much deeper level than just reading would. The visual images create dense pathways of connectivity in the brain. Looks a lot better now, doesn't it? It's not just a bunch of facts anymore. It's yours. Aaliyah's keen to start work on her version of the Renoir. But first, I've got to tackle her inability to express her ideas. There's no point in doing the painting if she can't present it.
The Eiffel Tower is coming in the front and the villages are at the back, but it looks like the villages are kind of close to the shops. The village is here and the shop is there, and the Eiffel Tower
Aaliyah
is
clearly
like
finds it hard getting her ideas across, and even Mum, Andrea, struggles to help.
You going to tell me what that 57 means? Do you remember? If you want to read the question again. Right?
I don't know it.
No, I don't know it, so you're going to explain it to me. Go ahead. The answer was 57. 57 what? Just verbally explain it to me.
It's definitely not a case that Aaliyah doesn't understand things or doesn't have great ideas. She does. But whenever it comes to sort of actually saying and speaking her mind, She gets a little bit shy, head goes down, don't really want to do that. And that's a shame because I really, really want to train her to have a completely different view of how she articulates her ideas so that it's not so negative.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1.
When Aaliyah is dancing, she's in a different mode of thought.
It was good.
She really is able to articulate herself. She's in performance mode, so she feels confident. The key here to this child is really ensuring that she gets a method going here where she can transfer those skills which she has into a classroom situation or any situation where there's not music or dance involved. And I think I've got just the technique to do just that. It's Pierre. Auguste Renoir. He was an impressionist painter again. Aaliyah can benefit from brain training techniques that encourage left-right brain connectivity. He lived from 1841 when a person's quite literally stuck for words. What's happening is the right brain, which is really responsive to tone and words and ideas, doesn't get translated very quickly into left brain, which does all the processing to give it meaning. So you have a traffic jam.
On the river say.
But if you actually act points through and make them your own through little actions like this so that facts become things that are symbols rather than just sounds or words, your learning will be increased because it's a much deeper level of learning.
Pierre Auguste Renoir. He was one of the most impressionist painters.
Words, action and music encourage cross-brain thinking via a thick band of nerve fibres called the corpus callosum. But it takes practice.
Pierre Auguste Renoir.
And I've chosen a particular kind of music to encourage cross-brain connectivity.
1841 till 1919.
You've probably heard of the Mozart effect, but it's not just Mozart. There's things like Bach, there's Baroque music, anything that has a nice rhythm to it that enables the right and left brain to really flow together nicely.
He used lots of rainbow colours and he challenged the past masters.
This is a breakthrough. The words are suddenly starting to flow.
Superb.
But what about the painting?
I'm feeling a bit scared of my painting because I might not get it correct. I'm worried about the colours that I use. I might accidentally want to change it, but I can't because the paints stay.
Aaliyah needs some help.
What's this?
That was just a drawing of someone I haven't finished.
Perhaps professional artist Yusuf Nasser can inspire her to talk about her ideas and get them down on canvas.
And on the white, look on the white.
She quickly loses her inhibitions.
How do you do reflections of people?
The image of this person in the water will be the reverse of the person. Some people just do some suggestions, like just brush strokes.
When I do my painting, is it alright if I can use this for the sea?
Yes, well.
Okay.
What about the sky, though?
For the sky, I'm going to do something different, but I don't know yet.
It's great to see Aaliyah talking so confidently to someone she hardly knows.
I wish I know what you think when you paint. Then I can copy you.
Back home, Aaliyah's painting is starting to take shape.
That feels nice, yeah.
We're really making progress. I've seen how others can help Aaliyah spark her ideas.
Pierre Auguste Renoir.
But I still need to address the fact that Aaliyah is underperforming at school.
1841 to 1919.
To help her, single mum Andrea needs to keep in close contact with her daughter's teachers. Unfortunately, she seems to find this difficult.
In bright orange.
I think whereby communications with Aaliyah's school is concerned, I think there are times when I've fallen short. The teacher is pressed with the curriculum deadlines, so I am always reluctant sometimes to press the teacher for it.
Rule number one when you're dealing with schools is remember one very important thing. They're organisations, they're there to serve your child. They want to make your child success and they want to work with you, and you need to be able to work with them. That's what you need to keep a focus on. Even when things go wrong and you're feeling really angry about something, as things will happen, you know, in life with children as they're going through school, just remember the focus. The relationship and communication is key in the long term to your child's success. It's It's clear that Andrea could also use some help with communication, so I brought her to the Thames to take charge of a group of rowers.
Keep an eye on that steering with this wind. Just steer to your right, that's it.
On the busy waterway, Andrea has just seconds to make herself understood to the team.
Can you see the red buoy in the distance? You need to be between that and the bank. Can you see the red buoy?
Yep, now sit. Okay, next stroke. Oh God, I forgot now. Hold on. Next stroke, medium.
Steer this way.
Next stroke, half pressure.
So nice, short, clear communication, words that are crisp, easy to understand.
Next stroke, paddle light, go. Okay, next thing we're going to do is the next 15 half pressure. As you like, go.
Your crew's looking a little bit tired. You need a little bit of encouragement.
Come on, boys. We can do it. Come on, we can do it.
That's it. You've got them doing the change of pace. That's good. Well done.
After a rocky start, Andrea seems to be getting the hang of it.
Backstroke, easy all.
What's starting to happen now, she's realising short, concise communication really is the key, and just what can happen, what she can achieve when she does that. I mean, look at her go.
Stern pair, stern 1 and 2, drop out. Very light, yes, very light. Easy. Command, giving commands. If you're loud and as you say short and sharp and plain, whereby they're clear, they actually get better response.
Imagine if you could do that with school, parents' evenings.
But sometimes the teachers are very pressed for time, and that is the factor.
Yeah, so that's why it's so important that you've got to manage their time when you see them.
Yes.
Back at home, the painting is looking good.
And the Eiffel Tower and the fridges and stuff are, how do you say, they were far away from us.
I like that. I like it. With just 2 days to go before her gallery appearance, I'm still worried about Aaliyah's presentation skills. This is the big crunch point, really, because it's easy to talk about somebody else's painting because you've really had a lot of time to think about that now. But what they'll be really interested in is how well you can get across your ideas about your own painting. Okay, so from the top.
First I didn't know what to start with, but now now I had to start putting it into
It can be hard for children sometimes to put their ideas into words.
Tried it.
Okay, and what did you change about it? A good way of walking them through their talk is by asking them relevant questions.
I changed the background and I changed a few things in the sea.
Ask any artist about their painting, and the painting speaks 1,000 words. So how do you get that in a small space and make it very succinct for the evening? That's the challenge ahead now. The clock is ticking, and I think Aaliyah still needs all the help she can get. But will my last-minute coaching be enough?
I'm very nervous about this evening.
Or could Aaliyah's nerves get the better of her? For the past 2 months, I've been working with Aaliyah Trotman, now 11 years old, to show how simple brain training techniques, which any child can learn, can remedy problem areas and nurture hidden gifts. She's been finding it so hard to get her ideas out that she's falling behind at school, but at the end of today, she's going to present her own version of a Renoir painting to an audience at the National Gallery. To help her pull it off, I've shown her how linking words, music and actions improves the flow of ideas and connectivity in the brain. How to trick the mind into visualising success. And how using colours and shapes to create a photographic image will help her mental recall. But to prove that she's really learnt to get her thoughts out, I want to repeat the challenges she first did 2 months ago.
And the ball and the 2 orange balls are different.
Back then, she found the answer hard to explain. And now?
Because if you put a line through here, they both have their own space.
Yes.
But then if you put a line through here, it wouldn't go, and it will just be halved. So you have to just do a line here.
Well done. And can she express her creative thoughts any better? 2 months ago, Aaliyah only managed to voice 4 ideas of what to do with a cheetah. How will she do with this feather boa?
A tail, a top, baby, piece of string, jewellery.
Yes, jewellery, why not? Make a bracelet out of it. Today she comes up with 10 things to do with her prop. Eat it, why not? Her ideas are quicker and clearer. But most importantly, is Aaliyah managing to speak up for herself in the classroom?
She's being more active in class. She's now putting her hands up more and things like that.
She's definitely more communicative than she used to be, which is very pleasing. We feel happy that she engages in class debate and class topic much better than she used to.
It's fantastic news.
Are you then looking forward to talking to the people tonight and telling them about your picture?
But she's still got to bring it all together for the presentation.
I'm a bit nervous about this evening.
For somebody like Aaliyah, who their gift isn't in speech and sort of like doing lots of communication and that sort of thing, that's not her thing. Her thing is painting, thinking, non-verbal thinking, lots of ideas, lots of creativity. But to actually stand up there and be counted and shout out loud how brilliant she is, that's a new thing for her. Presenting to an audience at the National Gallery is a daunting prospect for an 11-year-old. It's a tense moment for Andrea. Will her normally shy daughter be able to speak up for herself? There's nothing any of us can do now except will her on. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to a very special evening because I have pleasure in announcing what I think is a young artist here, a very talented young lady. Please can we welcome Aaliyah Trotman.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Aaliyah Trotman and I'm 11 years old. Pierre-Auguste Renoir painted this picture. He lived from 1841 to 1919 and he was an impressionist painter. I like this picture because of the boat, the river and the sparkles on the river. And I've done one in my own version. Instead, I put cereal on the boat to make it look like barnacles. I have 3 people instead of 2. I put an Eiffel Tower in the middle, and I put shops here and villages here, and then hills behind the shops and the villages, and then mountains on top of the hills.
Well done. Aaliyah has expressed herself brilliantly, but now can she handle the questions?
Can you tell me why did you put 3 people in the boat instead of 2?
Because I want it to look like a romantic evening, and in Paris they usually have 2 people in the boat and then they have a sailor.
So what paint material did you use? Acrylics?
Yeah, I used acrylics
very good
and
too,
watercolours.
Why did you put shops in there?
Well, I want it to feel like there's the poor side and then that's the kind of rich side.
Success. At just 11 years old, Aaliyah has pulled off her first public engagement and her audience is impressed.
She's like a bit grown up, isn't she? She was more a child when in the studio. Now she's not.
I liked it because it's her own idea and that I like the woman and the boat is really good.
Because their eyes.
It's been a revelation for Mum Andrea. She wasn't sure that Aaliyah could do it.
Well, I was amazed because at first I thought at the beginning she might be nervous, but it seems that, she lost the nervousness before she even started, so she really did well and I'm pleased with her. I think her confidence has really excelled these last 3 months.
I felt like this is my first time, so take it easy on me.
Absolutely delighted for Aaliyah because she relaxed and it all came out right. You have to coach, be supportive and then just let them fly. It's a bit like having stabilisers on a bike. They don't need them at some point, so just pull back and tonight she flew. She didn't need the stabilisers anymore. She was off there on her own and she did tremendously well. I'm so proud.
I felt nervous a bit and then I felt confident.
With her artistic talent and newfound ability to express her ideas, Aaliyah's future looks like a bright one. Now my search is on to unearth more hidden gifts in other children using simple brain training techniques you can try with your own child at home. My name is Bernadette Tynan. I've spent nearly 20 years researching the secrets of the brain and developing brain training techniques guaranteed to bring out the best in any child. I've helped thousands of children unlock their special gifts and talents. But I'm convinced that our exam-crazed education system is still failing to spot the abilities of many children. I'm making it my mission to prove that brain training really works by showing you how I can go into any school and spot a seemingly ordinary child whose gifts are being missed. I'll train that child to do something they'll have no idea they can do. Can I make them brilliant? This week I'm starting my search at Manor Hall School, Southwick, near Brighton. I'm looking for one child who'll get a chance to try my simple brain training techniques. These are just ordinary kids, but I know I can find brilliant gifts that have so far gone unnoticed.
Well done for being so observant.
I'm focusing my search on the 8 to 11-year-olds because at this age their brains are like sponges, quick to soak up new ideas. At this age group, masses of change happen, both for girls and boys. It's a really key moment where they're deciding what they want to do, what their strengths are, what they might not be good at. You need to get in there and sort that out then, because that really defines in their brain what they think they can do. And I want to make sure they've got the right message at the right time. My way of finding the right child doesn't start with pen and paper tests. I've got my own way of spotting initiative and different kinds of ability. The challenge today is that these 3 teams are market traders. The children's teachers have donated their best junk. Now the teams have got to find a way of selling it.
Snazzy pink belt.
Snazzy pink belt, yes?
A rather nice bent pin.
Starting now. Go.
Look at this top of the class England ball. Look, it's absolutely immaculate. Not a scratch on it. 5, 2 for the price of 1.
Straight away, division of camps. One child stands out as doing something completely different. He's thinking about it. How's he going to market these items? No mind selling them.
I know you want it. It's talking to you.
One guy on Team 3 now, he's really got into the spirit of this and he's thinking this is all about selling this item. He's picked the wackiest item on the whole table and decided to make a go of that item. Teams, you need to sell away. Let's go. We've got some really good entrepreneurs in some of these stores have just come to life at this moment and got into this. They're selling things, they're bargaining.
What's happening if you keep filling it up?
I keep filling it up, so it's a refillable bottle, is it?
Yes.
Does it have a top that comes with it by any chance?
No.
1 more minute, guys. Hurry! Okay, guys. I've already spotted some bright sparks, but I need to do some more detailed research before I'm ready to choose just 5 children to go on to the next stage. And I'm not looking for the obvious signs of success. My job is to spot the hidden gifts that could slip through the net. What have you been doing? What's this?
That's my story.
Oh, read me a little bit of it.
I was really hungry. Stella, I shrieked.
I've talked to teachers and sat in on classes to find out what makes these children tick. Now I'm heading back to my studio to work it out. I've spotted 5 likely children, but only one of them will get the chance to put my brain training techniques to the test. One young lady, Anissa, is definitely somebody that's caught my eye. She's very good at communicating ideas. She's very interested in science as well. And she's got a real way with words. Then there's James. He impressed me with his pitch in the Market Store Challenge. This is really good creative thinking in action, and it comes so easy to him. He's not afraid to stand up and be counted. He's happy to take the lead, but I think there's also an element of holding back just a little bit, and I want to know why. There's another boy who's caught my eye, and this guy's name is Lebo, who's really good at sport, but he's not always confident when it comes to his academic learning as well, so that interests me. I also noticed 11-year-old Emily. She's really confident, very, very popular, lots of people rallying around her. Great sense of humour, you know, it comes out a lot in her friendship groups as well. When children make us laugh, we can sometimes think, oh, isn't that really cute? Actually, it's more than cute. Having a good sense of humour usually means a person's quick-witted, and in real brain psychology, that means a person can be a quick thinker as well. And then this guy, Connor. Despite being very creative, he doesn't shine at school and has a low boredom threshold, which is usually a key indicator of a high intellect and high-level thinking. I'd like to know a little bit more about that. So these are my 5, Anissa, James, Lebo, Emily and Connor. I need to find out more about each of them, and one of the best ways to do that? Take them out of the classroom. I'm taking them to an activity centre in Kent to challenge them in a whole new way.
You're weird. Then
I've got just one day to figure out which of these children needs my brain training the most. First, I'm giving them a creative thinking challenge. I want you to go wild and think how many things you could do with this seal. Go.
you could use it as a headrest or a scarf or something.
Excellent. Unlike national tests, this is about letting the imagination run free. You can use any household object and just say, go on, how many things can you do? And just put them on a stopwatch and do it for yourself. And once they practice, they get better at it. Yes, battering ram?
Flop, like sort of swimming.
Yes. All Lebo's ideas are based on sports activities. With Lebo, I'd like to broaden his outlook. Because he's good at sport, he's limited himself to thinking that's all he's good at.
The subject I'm not very good at school, it would be science, because I find it quite difficult to do.
He just needs, somebody to pump that confidence in him.
But a sporty mind is a smart mind. If you have a sporty child, remember that you can get great results applying the tactical skills of a game of football or cricket to many other areas. Now it's time for code breaking. I want to see how the children work out what's next in the sequence. And the answer is one of these three. Tell me your thoughts, what are you thinking?
Well, there's a colour code. Yellow, yellow, red, red.
That's cool. Why do you think it might be that?
Because there isn't one like this yet that nearly looks the same.
Right, so you're looking for the odd one out.
Yep.
Anissa simply loves talking.
Chatting when she shouldn't be is her main fault.
But being a chatterbox can be a sign of great linguistic ability.
I can speak Urdu and Punjabi, and I read the Quran, so I know Arabic, and I'm learning French.
This love of languages could be wasted if she doesn't learn to control the chit-chat. It's not shapes.
Oh, right.
Connor's creative mind goes off on a tangent. He sees the design of a bird in the symbols.
I'm pretty sure that was the beak. Then we have that triangle over there, which is like its legs.
He's got imaginative ideas, highly creative. Emily, meanwhile, has cut to the heart of the problem.
Right, I've chosen that one because it's got 2 lines, and then on the next one it's got 4.
This challenge is about spotting the pattern in the number of lines that make up the symbols on the coloured shapes. The number of lines go up in 2s, so after 2, 4, 6, the next shape in sequence is the red heart, with 8. A really good strategy. Well done. Emily has a real love of life, but her quick wit can bubble over into distraction and lots of giggling.
I have had incidents, when I've had to rein her in.
If you do ask her to do something, it takes an incredibly long time to get anything done. And she'll either find an excuse or she'll just do something else completely.
Does she need brain training to help her learn how to ground herself? I'm impressed with the flair and lateral thinking I've seen so far, but now it's time for something a little more taxing. I've designed an elaborate scenario which will challenge the children's problem-solving skills and initiative. The setup is that a special agent has crashed his car in a blizzard, leaving a pool of spilt hazardous waste. The children's task is to find an antidote to neutralise it. They've been given a single pair of skis to get across the snow.
Now, I'm not exactly interested in the team building. I'm interested to see the team dynamics. Who takes charge? Why?
Oh, let's do this. You have to cooperate with this, right? Left. What? Right. Right, lift the right up and oh my days. Left. We're not cooperating. Right. There's a message here. Message. Right. Message. What does it say?
You got this far. Well done. Before you find the pouches and pour the contents over the hazardous material to neutralise it, you will need to build a bridge across it. Your feet and skis must not touch the substance, so you will need to use what you find around you. Well, cool.
I think I know what we've got to do here. Carry on.
James is already showing his leadership potential. Despite being strong in many areas, I can see one thing holding James back.
I can read, I can write, I just don't know why I just can't spell.
When children identify a problem area, they do run the risk of blowing it out of proportion, and it can overshadow their other gifts.
I have a tutor who comes to help me with my spelling on Tuesday.
James's parents have got the right idea, getting some extra help to crack the problem. Now James just needs to realise that his strengths far outshine this small drawback.
And we'll put it there.
To complete their mission, the group have to get to the other end of the snow, but they can't step on it while it's still covered with the yellow hazardous waste. They need to build a bridge over the snow, and they must find and use the neutralising powder. I'm paying close attention to how they set about this.
I'm neutralising all the material that I can.
And Connor really catches my eye.
Connor's at a different speed of thinking to the others because he's very good at problem solving and cutting to the chase of a problem. And what he's done here, which is very interesting, he said, look guys, there's a different way to think about this. We don't have to build this bridge. Let's just neutralise everything, then we can use the skis. But nobody's hearing him. But a mind as quick thinking as Connor's can be a mixed blessing.
The butterfly child, he jumps from one thing to another. He can't focus on anything for more than 5 seconds, and it's really hard work getting him to concentrate on anything for very long.
Idiot brother. He's normally sitting there going, banana, peel, banana, peel, peel, banana, and he's singing the banana song.
When creative children don't learn to harness their high-level thinking, they can start to switch off.
He either likes to be able to do something and do it really well, or not do it.
I spotted something very special in Connor, but he'll need to focus his creative mind to succeed. The other children decide to ignore Connor's suggestion and build a bridge instead.
Get the tyres and stuff.
Tyres?
Yeah, to make a bridge.
They work well as a team and they get to the other side of the snow. Mission accomplished. The thing about today is, all these children have talents which simply could not have been found any other way than letting them try very, very different tasks and challenges. It's been a great day, but now I've got to head back to my studio to make my decision. They're all wonderful children, but I can only take 2 to the next stage. Then I must decide which will benefit best from one-on-one brain training. I've got Anissa, who's very good academically. She's also a good all-rounder. She's not afraid to step forward and have her opinions shared with groups. Does she need me right now? I think, to be honest, what she's learnt so far is going to put her in good stead. I don't see any reason at this moment in time to take her further on because I think she's learnt a great deal and she's going to benefit from that immediately. Then I've got Libo. Having gone to the Outdoor Pursuit Centre, he knows he's not just a sportsman, yeah? He has other abilities that he can develop. And I think now that he realises he can do that, he will excel in those areas as well. We've got Emily, who's fantastic across the board. Nothing phases this child at all. She's very, very confident in many different areas. My personal opinion is the world is her oyster, quite frankly. She could turn her hand to anything and do well. So for me to work with her right now, no. I think these are the 2 that I should be focusing upon. With Connor, we've got somebody who's got a very low boredom threshold. I want to know how that can be managed, how it is being managed at the moment. James is very able, but what I want to find out is how the parents dealing with that, because it's wonderful to have so much, in one child, but how do you manage that? So I think These two are the ones I want to focus on at this stage. To help me decide which of these two boys might get the most out of my methods, I need to find out more from the parents.
I think James's strengths are he's quite analytical. He really does absorb information very, very quickly, and it sticks as well.
His weakness would be that he doesn't have a huge amount of self-confidence. He needs a bit of boosting.
Connor lives half in this world and half in another one. His attention span's not very good. You have to work on it, you have to do things in small doses. You can tell him things 100 times and he doesn't take it in.
The right parental support is essential for a child's gifts to thrive. I need to see how the boys interact with their parents, so I'm setting them a challenge. Camper van, lots of stuff in front of it. Your challenge is to pack as much as you can of that, starting from now. Although this is a race, it's not about winners or losers. I'm interested in how each pair works together to get that van packed.
James, lift that up. Lift that up.
Keep going, boy!
Straight away, father and son, military precision here, very linear thinking, they'll get the job done, I reckon.
Shove it in!
Connor will always think outside the box, really creative, and so is Mum. We've got two very, very creative thinkers. If there's an easy way to do it, they won't do it that way. Oh, no. They'll look for a more complicated way to do it, and that's all right. It's a different way of thinking.
Go through the windows! Shove it in! I'm exhausted now. No, they were standing there watching us.
Damn it! The next part of the challenge is to actually jump in the camper van and drive it off.
Let's go.
Keys.
You've taken the key out.
No keys.
Find something pink and boxy for your next clue.
They're going to have to unpack before they can go anywhere.
Pink and boxy.
Whilst James and his dad start methodically searching the van, Connor and Cindy take a rather different tack.
Con, you have to unpack it.
No, you don't. That's the problem. You don't. Ow! Whack me. I got it.
James and his dad's systematic approach has worked. They found the clue.
But you are not allowed.
The keys are on the beach and they need items from the van to retrieve them.
Had a hook on it would be a lot easier.
Connor and his mum quickly cotton on. They found a creative shortcut to the problem by copying the others. James and his dad have cracked it. And they're off. And Cindy and Connor are hot on their tail.
Do you know what? It's awfully tempting. Shall we escape?
Oh yeah.
You think?
This exercise has been very revealing. Right, well, I'll tell you what, after this parent challenge, there's a complete division here of camps, all right? So, with James's family, we've got precision planning. I mean, this is like military precision. Dad and son working very closely together. They're quite incisive. You know, there's a lot of chatter and then straight down to business. We've got a very sort of linear path here, very good, that's great. Perhaps almost too linear in some instances, but they get the job done. Meanwhile, different story on the other camp there. Loads of idea, but, excuse me, what happened to the focus? So I would have liked to have seen a little bit more of taking some of these ideas to the focus, and maybe on this side, just a little bit more thinking different ways to do things. I've made my decision. One of these boys will be just fine, but the boy I'm going to work with needs me to help channel his gifts. I'm going to prove I can make him brilliant.
Hello?
Is that Connor?
Yeah. How are you?
Fine, Bernadette, thank you. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Well, listen, I have decided to pick you to work with me now over the next couple of months.
Fantastic! Thank you! Approve! Yay!
Oh no. Are you really?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yay!
Oh, excellent. Oh, that's a life over.
But single mum Cindy is clearly fearful for her younger son.
I'm really pleased for him. I'm glad that he got through because I think he deserves to. But it does make me nervous, a little bit.
She never believes in me.
I do believe in you, but I don't always believe that other people see what I see in him.
Connor is a visionary. Visionaries have this great gift to be able to create designs on paper, have ideas for the future, but the difficult bit is making things happen. And I think if I don't work with Connor right now, he may run the risk of always having great ideas but not realising them. Having a low boredom threshold is a problem with him because he's such a quick thinker. My action plan for Connor is to train his brain to stay focused on achieving a task, using methods any parent can try. But first, I need to think up a challenge that will make the most of his creativity.
What sorts of things do you like doing yourself, in your own free time?
In my own free time, it's either computer, just thinking about fashion, designs and stuff.
So what sorts of things have you designed already?
It's all been like images in my head.
Images in your head. Okay, this is my challenge to you. I would like you to have your own fashion show, yeah? Design all the clothes, direct and choreograph the whole thing. Do you think you can do that?
Oh yeah.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah.
Okay, you're going to do this?
I will focus.
All right, well let's tell Mum then. Let's tell Mum that you can do this.
Connor's going to need all his creative abilities to put on a fashion show from scratch. It's asking a lot of any 11-year-old, especially one as easily distracted as he is. He thinks he can do it, but do his mum Cindy and older brother Callum agree?
Well, Bernadette has set me a challenge that is to make a real fashion show. I have to design all the clothes, I've got to choreograph it, I have to direct it, I have to do everything. That sounds quite hard, that challenge.
Yes!
What do you feel about that, Cindy?
Do you think you can do it?
I think I can do it. Do you think I can do it?
I could think if we make a good team, I know we can do it. I know we can do it.
Now then, I'm sure you could do it as a team. I want more of Connor on this. You know why? Because if there's one thing that will draw you back, it's definitely focus. It's one thing having brilliant ideas, it's another making them happen, and I want to see you make it happen.
I can't do it on my own.
You don't have to do it on your own.
You've got me there, yeah? Mum's supportive, but most of this work's going to be done by you. Just think, how good will you feel when you've achieved this?
Failure is not an option.
You've got it. If you can remember that, we're on to a good journey. It's great that Cindy's supportive, but I'm worried her concern may be overbearing. I'm getting the sense in your family that because you do everything together, he is an ideas person and perhaps you provide the backup.
Yeah, definitely. And if he feels that we're not allowed to help him, he'll feel bereft almost. He will be like he's cut loose. I'm absolutely terrified. It's a mountainous challenge he's taken on because he's got no concept of how difficult it actually is when you get down to the bare bones of how to do it. He just thinks if he keeps thinking about it hard enough, it will happen.
That's a visionary. That's what happens. So what I'm trying to do. I understand that asking an 11-year-old to stage a fashion show is a tall order, especially one like Connor, whose mind is all over the place. Cindy's clearly used to being involved with Connor's projects, but they both need to realise that this is his challenge. It's Connor's brain which has got to do the work, so my first task is to help him reprogram it to embrace his goal.
Just relax and close your eyes. I want you to imagine it's the actual night. Yeah, you're there, you're on the stage. Just imagine all the different models with your designs on, walking down this catwalk. The whole thing is going really well.
When the brain sees a picture, it's not bothered about past, present or future. It believes what it sees. If you visualise success, it will start working towards it.
Now, take a deep breath. And then open your eyes.
This is harder for Connor because his mind is on information overload. He's working at a very, very fast, quick, imaginative, creative level. To try and bring himself down to imagining one item for 1 second and keeping that focus is a massive challenge for him. With the fashion show just 2 months away, I urgently need to teach Connor how to rein in that distracted mind without his mum's help. One of the things you can do with children who have a very, very active mind like this is to literally reprogram how they think about what they're doing. You know, they depend on parents a lot to tell them what to do, to be, make them responsible for what they're doing and instill that discipline. That's really never going to get you anywhere because in the end, the discipline has to come from within the child. They have to recognise the problem, get to grips with it and learn how to control it. I want to teach him a way of identifying the key things which distract him. I call it the 4 cones.
Each of these cones, all right, represents some of the distractions you come across at home. So, cone number 1 is TV, cone number 2 is computer, cone number 3 is the pets, and cone number 4 is Callum. Yeah? Basically, you do have a problem focusing, like you're having right now. Yeah. This is just a prime example of how you get so easily distracted.
But I can't even get him to focus on what I'm saying.
All right, so you're going to put that rock down and try and focus for 10 seconds.
All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
Or are you going to have a strop all afternoon?
He's really testing me, but I know this method will work when he tries it.
So now you've broken that up, are you ready to start?
Yeah, I think I am.
Okay, let's give it a go then.
Once he's identified the distractions, Connor needs to come up with his own solutions on how to avoid them.
So, what I need to do is to get up now, stand on the first cone, tell me what it is and what you can do about it to stop yourself from being distracted.
Number 1 is television, and I can just turn that off when I'm working.
Okay, cone number 2.
This technique helps children take responsibility for their own time. You can do this at home with any 4 household objects, 1 for each distraction. Let your child come up with the solutions, as they will be more likely to put it into practice if they feel the idea is their own.
4 is Callum, and I can just tell him, just please be quiet because I'm trying to concentrate.
Good. All right, back to me here.
But old habits die hard. When Connor gets home, he's back in Fantasyland playing on his computer.
Your walls suck compared to my Thunder Fist. You're going to be dead now?
Druids. I think he needs to get out more. An extremely good tool for focusing the brain is a simple change of perspective. What we've known from neuroscience since the beginning of this century, so it's a fairly new discovery, is that what the brain sees, it actually internalises and then reacts to. So the brain is malleable, it's not set. If you've got a perspective, you can change it. I've asked Cindy to take the boys to the highest local spot they can find to give Connor a different view of his world. I'm hoping a change of environment will help inspire Connor's visionary mind.
Look at that little house snuggled in between trees.
I want that house.
Lots of trees.
We don't get to come out places like this very often, do we?
It makes me think how people can live indoors all the time, just on the computer and the PlayStation and stuff like that.
Does it make you think that you'd want to spend more time out here then?
I'd like to live here.
Just hold it with the handle and hold it steady. Look.
Oh, missed it.
There you go.
I'm flying a kite.
That's brilliant.
Yeah.
That's it. Just tug it slightly to the side you want it to go to.
Oh, you know, it's just been brilliant. I love it. Can we do it again?
Well done, mate.
Back at home, Connor's keen to get to work on his t-shirt designs.
I'm looking up pictures of rockets to put on my t-shirt. I like that one.
You like that one?
Rocket.
There, that's a good one. Now save it.
File. Save.
Down a bit, down a bit, down a bit. Up a bit, up about there. That's it, stop. Now minimise. See, I wish you wouldn't do this.
And then now I've got to open.
Yeah, no, it's because you...
Next stop, the printers.
And that one needs to just be slightly bigger, so it's about that size.
Yes.
Yeah? Perfect, as they say.
No, as you say.
With the fashion show less than 6 weeks away, I'm pleased that he's making progress. But I'm still concerned that Cindy's too hands-on. Connor's not going to pull off this challenge unless his mum can let go. I want to show Cindy that Connor can take charge.
Not sure it's my colour.
Now then, I want you to take your mum from one side of the room to the other, and you've got to get her there safely around these objects. Are you ready?
Okay, Mum, take a step forward. Now stop. Side step, 2 tiny steps.
Yeah, to which direction, Connor?
Forward, obviously.
Side step forward.
Yeah. 2 tiny steps.
That's the side step.
Right, now, side step until I say stop.
Which direction?
Well...
You've got, you know, there's left and right, Connor, pick one.
Right.
My right or your right?
My right. Yeah, that, stop. No.
Stop.
Stop! And stop.
Okay,
right
so
here.
stop there. Okay.
I love the way he just leaves me standing there and abandons me.
Nothing's broken, but Cindy's still defending her position.
When you don't listen and you stomp off and say, right, that's it, I'm not doing it, that's why I take over, because I don't feel you're ready to do it yourself if that's the attitude you're going to give the job.
Cindy, sometimes you must let him be in the driving seat because it's okay for him to make mistakes as well.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Connor, this is a very, very important opportunity for you now to learn to focus and achieve something on your own. Part of having this gift that you've got is knowing how to use it responsibly and work on your own through something. Do you agree with me on that?
Yeah.
I can appreciate that Cindy's worried about setting Connor free. If I can help him learn how to stand on his own 2 feet, then she'll learn to let go. So I'm going to teach Connor a strategy for starting and sticking with a big challenge like the fashion show. And it starts in the kitchen.
I bought you these great kitchens today so that you can let your cookery and creativity go wild. And you're going to be cooking a 3-course meal for your mum, as creative as you want, but I do want an end result. Okay, well, let's get started then. So what are you going to do first?
I think add the spaghetti. We're not going to need a lot.
It's just for one, remember?
Connor's main problem is that he's got lots and lots of creativity, lots and lots of ideas. He's a visionary, but try and get him focused and do things one step at a time, and he really falls apart.
Now then, what about this? How are you going to do that? Okay.
Pop it all in.
Now then, that's a lot of meat.
This isn't just for a cookery, but also it's very important for homework these days, where they've got projects, lots of things to do over a long period of time. Well, that's very difficult for a child if they don't know how to break things down.
Yes. Need to get a little bit of focus in here. Never mind the salad anymore, because we've got this to do, haven't we now? Yep.
This.
Little bit of that. Okay.
I think it's in there.
Yes, you're right.
Yes,
you're right first time. It's in there.
Now we can have fun.
Gently does it. Just as gently does it. That's right.
Cookery is the ideal brain training ground for a creative person to learn how to break things down into small steps. It engages the brain because it is fun, multisensory, and produces an immediate result.
Do you think the spaghetti's ready yet? Check that. Yeah, that's a great job.
Our starter tonight, as you ordered, is a smoked salmon salad with lettuce, shrimps and tomatoes.
Looks delicious.
Thank you.
Well done. And you do realise that now you're going to have to cook dinner every day.
Hello.
Seeing what he can achieve with this step-by-step approach is a real boost for Connor. Connor's really getting down to work, creating the next stage of his t-shirt design.
I'm feeling quite excited to be starting my first t-shirt, and I just do hope I don't muck it up. The slogan says, today's kids are not the problem, they are ... And on the back it's the solution. They're not the problem, they're the solution.
He's working hard to avoid the things which distract him.
I can concentrate just fine, it's focusing. Because I get bored really quickly and I give up on things. And now I've learnt ways to stop it from happening.
But there's one thing I'm still worried about.
Mum has been backseat driving a lot. Do you know what that is?
Tell me.
Backseat driving is where someone's trying to concentrate and someone else is behind them, like talking or annoying them in some way. Well, really just talking most of the time.
I need to keep an eye on this. The fashion show is just days away now and Connor's ready to start rehearsals. He's chosen friends from school to model his t-shirts, including the 4 from the day at the activity centre.
Okay, did everybody learn their lines? Yeah? Including
By the
you?
looks of it. I know mine.
You know your intro and your outro, do you?
Everyone, line up.
Well, I need one of you to swap with James so that it goes boy, girl, okay?
It doesn't have to go boy, girl, boy, girl.
Intro.
Hello, Mum.
Cindy's still very hands-on. For my brain training techniques to work, Connor needs to be in the driving seat.
So, enjoy the show.
Right, OK, we start again from the beginning then.
God, hello! You're supposed to be listening to the choreographer.
Yeah, we did. No, come on, we did.
I'm going to have to step in.
Guys, a great job. Go and take a break, and we'll see you in a few minutes, all right? OK? You've not finished yet. I know that you're a supportive parent, Cindy, right? So this is not a criticism about parenting. It's just that if this isn't his show at the end of it and he hasn't done all of it all the way through, he's not going to have learned anything at all.
They're all confused about what they're supposed to be doing.
Right.
So somebody has got to step in and direct them.
But I want him to do this for himself. And you'll be happy.
I hope so.
Okay.
I hope so.
What's the matter? What do you think? What's your worry? You seem worried about something.
I'm going to get really cross here in a minute. Because I'm telling you, it's going to be absolute flipping chaos because I know these kids. I know them.
I'm sure like that when they're doing something
exactly.
for the first time.
Exactly, and I know that. And you're expecting Connor to sort them all out. He's not going to be able to do that.
No,
and
just honestly, just let it go right now.
Anyone else to make it go well for him?
Not even himself.
Yeah, him. I do.
That's what I'm wanting. Him.
He might trust to get it right. I just don't trust anybody else to get it right.
Just one small point. Just one small point. Okay, this is his day. He will be doing this on his own on the final day, I guarantee you, yeah? And he can do it. You know he can do it, don't you?
Oh, I know he can do it, yeah.
Yes. So let's just get him doing it. Let's get him in the room again. This is just time now just to have something miraculous happen here, and it will
they
be.
need to be rehearsing.
Yes,
we don't
they
need
do.
to be talking, they need to be rehearsing.
Thank you. All
because
right.
they haven't got a lot of time.
Have some herbal tea. Right.
Cindy wants to see her child succeed. Who doesn't when they've got a child? But at this point, it's that time now when she's got to let go a little bit. In her heart, she knows that, but it's just that very important. There you go, son. It's your turn now.
It felt awesome to do it without my mum because I don't have someone bossing me about and telling me, oh no, that won't go right, that won't work, and stuff like that.
Every parent's job is to like stand on the edge of the precipice, hanging onto their braces while they lean over and have a look. And we're always worried they're going to fall. It's always hard.
I feel sure that Connor can do this on his own, but can Cindy let him do it? With just 48 hours to go, time's fast running out. Over the past 2 months, I've been working with 11-year-old Connor, who I see as a visionary. I've been using my cutting-edge brain training techniques to bring out his creativity while helping him focus his easily distracted mind. In 2 days' time, he's going to direct, choreograph and stage a live fashion show of his very own t-shirt designs entirely on his own. I've shown Connor how he can break a big goal down into small steps.
Whoa!
How pre-programming the brain with a solution is the best way to deal with distractions.
Number one is television, and I can just turn that off when I'm working.
And how a new perspective can change the way you think.
It makes me think how people can live indoors all the time.
To find out whether Connor now has real confidence in his creativity, I'm going to repeat the creativity challenge I did when I first met him.
Right, you could pretend you're flying, you could use taekwondo, yes, garden ornaments, use javelin.
Javelin, yep.
Big moustache. Use these.
Connor's letting rip. With this object, he comes up with 16 ideas, a lot more than in the previous challenge. Even better, Connor's showing a marked improvement with his schoolwork.
Connor's concentration in class is quite good. Yeah, Connor was able to focus quite well and stay on task. Yeah, I'm pleased with the progress Connor's made.
And Connor's convinced he knows why.
The techniques have helped me a lot because there's nothing going on in the background. I can just concentrate and get on with my work.
But the real test is still to come, and I'm wondering how he's feeling.
Well, I'm feeling quite nervous about it, but at the same time, I know that they're not going to let me down, because they never do. And, well, they're just great friends, all of them.
I'm pleased with Connor's positive attitude, but he'll need to keep the lid on those nerves. Meanwhile, Cindy's been doing some hard thinking.
People think I'm too controlling with him. It is not about controlling him, it's about
management.
Yeah, now he's 11, I've got to step back and I've got to allow him to make his own mistakes and give him the confidence to be able to deal with those mistakes.
Again in slow motion.
I've got to allow him to make his own mistakes.
You can't live his life.
No, I can't, and he can't live mine for me.
Exactly.
Will she be true to her word on the day of the show? The big day.
Yeah, it's stunning. Oh, look at that. Hey, nice. Everyone, go behind stage and put your t-shirts on. We've got half an hour to go behind stage now.
At this stage, I'm never complacent because children are children. They're unpredictable. So whatever happens next, I hope will be good. But he's certainly put in the effort, he's put in the focus, and now all he has to do is pull this off.
Moments before kick-off and the nerves are beginning to show. Is Cindy going to manage just to sit back and watch? After weeks of hard work, it's Connor's big moment. There's nothing Cindy can do to help him now.
Hello and welcome. I've designed this range of t-shirts to show that today's kids are not the hoodie-wearing thugs we are sometimes portrayed as. So enjoy the show. And action!
Today's kids will not fail unless expected to, so trust them to succeed. Go. Today's kids are saving the planet, so today's adults still have something to live on tomorrow.
When am I on this one? When am I?
Run!
Today's kids are straight to the point.
Today's kids are the heart and soul of Britain.
Chocolate cookie time!
Cindy's seen just what Connor is capable of on his own.
I think it went really well. I'm really proud of them. I'm really proud of all of them. I think they did a brilliant job. Absolutely brilliant. So, pretty excited. Relieved it's all over.
I know my mum was proud, actually. To be honest, I'm quite proud as well.
When we started off, Connor didn't really have a map or route to success. Nobody does. My job is to give them that route. Once any child has that route, then really they can achieve what they want to achieve because they've got a roadmap to achievement. And that's what we've done here, and I'm really proud of it.
Well, it makes me feel that I can just do anything that I want if I set my mind to it.
Connor Headley has shown how brilliant he really is. Now he knows how to focus a mind full of great ideas, not even the sky's the limit. Now my search continues to find more ordinary kids with hidden brilliance. My name is Bernadette Tynan. I've spent nearly 20 years researching the secrets of the brain and developing brain training techniques guaranteed to bring out the best in any child. I've helped thousands of children unlock their special gifts and talents. But I'm convinced that our exam-crazed education system is still failing to detect the abilities of many children. I'm making it my mission to prove that brain training really works by showing you how I can go into any school and spot a seemingly ordinary child whose gifts are being missed. I'll train that child to do something they'll have no idea they can do. Can I make them brilliant? This week I'm at Belvoir Road Primary School in Manchester's Didsbury to start my search for a child I can make brilliant.
Deep palette atlases. 1 minute to do that, please. Off you go.
But the child I'm looking for isn't necessarily one who's shining at school.
The national curriculum has elevated certain subjects now because it tests maths, English and science, and in children's minds that becomes the be-all and end-all. My message is this: all gifts and talents are important, and I think we have to think beyond the national curriculum when we're looking for hidden gifts and talents.
My brain training can make a difference however old you are, but these 8 to 11-year-olds with their highly receptive brains are at the perfect age to take on new ideas. I'll be observing the children in class and at play, looking at their work and getting the lowdown from their teachers. But to kick off, I've planned a fun yet revealing exercise.
This is the car wash challenge. Now, your teachers have had a wild weekend, so they've got mud all over their cars. You've got your water, you've got all the equipment to clean the car with. Are you ready? Go!
What I haven't told the children is that most of the buckets leak, but it's not just a stunt. How they get the water from the tap to the cars is a test of their creative thinking. The children must also solve the number plate anagrams which reveal the name of the owner of each car.
Good idea, good idea.
Some children quickly come up with creative solutions to blocking the holes.
To put a plastic bag around it. Everybody's copied her now, so I'm looking for other ideas.
That's nice.
Another girl, she's actually put sellotape round the holes. So they're getting it because they're thinking creatively, and that's when you see hidden talent come out.
Another team comes up with a completely different approach.
They've realised a system. They've made their own supply by using small amounts taken from the Bowser, put it in a large container and then work from there.
And the end of the challenge really is just for fun.
All of you, get into the cars and close the doors.
I've already spotted a few sparkling minds, but I'll need to find out more before I can select just 5 children to take forward to my next challenges.
You can do basically anything with a boat.
Okay, I might hold you to that.
This girl is widely travelled.
Which ones have you visited?
I've been to Thailand and Japan and Pakistan and Iraq.
Just a few then. Is there anywhere, maybe I asked the wrong question, is there anywhere you've not been?
Gifts come in all shapes and sizes. It doesn't matter whether a child is academic or not. What matters is they're not overlooked.
As soon as you see double act, what kind of people do you think of? Lily?
I've noticed one boy who seems to keep to himself.
Can I ask you, are you always so quiet?
Yeah, because I don't really like being in the centre of attention.
I'm always curious about quieter children like this who don't put themselves forward.
That can be a real problem, not so much now in primary school, but certainly in secondary school. If you don't learn to stand up and have your ideas counted, you could get lost in the crowd.
After 3 days at the school, I head back to my office to think through what I've seen. This girl's a real explorer. She loves history and geography, and she told me about her travels and visits to her father's family in Palestine. Knows a lot about the world for one so young. Then there's Billy, the incisive sportsman.
He's very, very much like a heat-seeking missile. Tell me what I've got to do and let me get on with it. Don't mess about, don't get in my way, otherwise I get really frustrated. He's really under challenge at the moment. Problem is, if he's not challenged, he'll find a way to challenge himself, you know. He'll entertain himself. He'll get over that somehow. I don't think he realises just how bright he is.
This girl, Shin Shin, told me she's not good at English because it's a second language, but her written work suggests a very different story.
In the education system, she may be called English as a second language, but why not just call her multilingual? That's what she is.
While others might think he lacks focus, I'd call this boy Jamie an enigma.
Enigmas are very good at trying different things. They won't just home in on one subject and say, oh, that's my favourite subject. They'll have lots of interests, and this may go on for quite some time before they decide, this is what I want to do.
The last boy I've picked is Isaac, who doesn't like to put his hand up in class, but I suspect he's a very deep thinker.
He can appear as if he's not thinking about it. It's actually the complete opposite. What this guy's doing is that he thinks about everything before he says it, engages brain and then speaks. They've all got very different gifts and I've picked them for different reasons, but these are my 5.
I've got Aisha, Isaac, Shinshin, Jamie and Billy. Despite the rain, I'm taking these 5 for a day out in the Yorkshire Dales.
Bye.
Oh, well done. Have a good time.
I've got to work out who most needs my help to bring out their gifts, because only one of them will get the chance to put my brain training to the test. Right now, none of them has any idea what to expect. I've brought 5 ordinary children to a farm in the Yorkshire Dales. Ultimately, I'll pick one of them to put my brain training techniques to the test. They're simple methods which any child can learn to develop their gifts and talents and overcome problem areas. I've chosen multilingual Shinshin, Jamie, who's into everything, Aisha, the explorer, the incisive sportsman Billy, and Isaac, the deep thinker. First up, it's creative thinking. This is a chance for the children to show me how well they can harness the power of their imaginations.
I want you to think as many things you can do with this baboon.
You could fold its arms in and chuck it. Coat hanger. You could use him as a cushion.
A hat. Einstein used to say, knowledge stands still, imagination takes us forward. And I think with children, they need that opportunity to exercise that imagination. It's like a muscle that's not used otherwise, and they're not aware of that power.
Do this once a week with your own child and you'll be amazed how quickly they improve.
You could use it as a pillow.
Okay, what are you doing there then?
Trying to make a little bag.
What impressed me about Jamie is that he took quite a different approach to it than anybody else. He was actually starting to rebuild that animal to do different things. It was a very, very lateral thinking approach.
Jamie has no fear of trying new things.
Whatever he has a go at, he does it enthusiastically, like playing the guitar, playing the piano, surfing.
But he can lose focus and get distracted.
So he needs to be reined in a little bit and told to concentrate on the actual task that you've been given.
They always get involved with other people and then they always start chatting and I chat.
If he can learn the power of focusing his innovative thinking, he stands a better chance of excelling. Next, I'm going to get the children to have a go at cracking a code. This will challenge them to think in a different way.
One of the most exciting and new findings from neuroscience is that the brain has this tremendous plasticity, and what that means is that the phrase, you can't teach an old dog new tricks, is not true. Whatever your age, you can actually teach the brain to think in different ways. It just needs brain training.
They have to work out which number relates to the final chess piece.
You've got king, 11. Bishop is 2, queen is 17,
and castle could be 6, 7 or 3.
What do you think? A lot of thinking going on there.
Not really.
Look a bit worried. Why do you look worried there? Don't be worried.
I have no idea which one it is.
Okay.
Shinshin has only spoken English for 5 years, but that doesn't mean that she's not aiming high.
I'd like to be a doctor when I'm older because you get lots of money.
Her written work suggests she's on track, but she expects to master things immediately.
I just don't want to get it wrong at all. I just like things right.
I can see that Shinshin panics when she has to confront a new challenge. She needs to trust her own abilities more and learn that it's okay to try new things.
I think it's got to be some sort of pattern.
What if I told you it was something to do with letters and numbers?
I would get stuck. 6. If you minus those 2 from that one, it's 3.
That's a good idea.
Billy is very energetic, which is great when it comes to sport.
Describe him as a bouncy ball. Once he's woken up, he's just going, and he never runs out of energy.
I would like to be a tennis player or a cyclist in Tour de France.
Being energetic is one thing. Making that energy work for you both inside and outside of school is another.
After a little while, his enthusiasm drops off. He doesn't stick with things.
While natural talent is a great start, Billy will need to learn that it also takes commitment to succeed. This was a really tricky code to crack, but once I explain how to reach the solution, they'll never be stumped by a puzzle like this again.
If I give you the first letter of king, it is K. And in the alphabet, it is the 11th letter. So what letter is C?
3.
So what's the answer?
3.
3.
The rain may be falling again, but that's not putting the children off. Next up, our real team challenge.
This is Operation Rare Animal Rescue, okay?
It's an imaginary scenario where the children have to save 5 sick animals from the other side of the pond. The boys then have to get across to where the girls and their bikes are waiting.
The water is dead deep, okay? So we don't want you or the animals going in the water because they can't swim. Let's get started. How can we work together as a team?
I'm just going to ask you to clip this to something. Yeah, maybe friends, maybe try and give us the rope.
Aisha's quickly fired up by the situation.
Put the animals in the bucket and then try and pass us the rope and then we can pull it.
Aisha loves to explore and find out about the world.
She likes art. No, that's not my favourite subject. She likes maths, history.
We've travelled a lot. When you learn about the Romans, she's very lucky because she's been to the Colosseum. She's seen it firsthand.
Despite her enthusiasm for her favourite subject, Aisha hangs back in the classroom.
Sometimes she can be a bit reticent, and I think that's something that she needs to work on.
Being self-conscious can hold children back at this critical stage. Aisha risks missing out when she actually has loads to contribute.
Be careful! The string!
She's certainly speaking out on the challenge.
Get the string! Get the string! We stand up here and you crouch down.
But it's Isaac, who usually likes to take a back seat, who takes charge in getting the first animal across.
Come really high! No, don't lower yours! No! Lower it! Oh! Get the bucket! Yeah! Let's stuff it!
At school, Isaac hates being the centre of attention.
He probably could do with just pushing himself to the front a little bit more.
He's much more comfortable being involved and observing from the outside than being one put on the spot.
But though he might be quiet, Isaac thinks very deeply and is extremely self-motivated.
He doesn't need to be pushed, you know. He sets his own targets and goes for it.
My worry is, if he doesn't learn to speak up a bit more, Isaac could run the risk of being overlooked in secondary school.
Oh, dearie me, what have you done to the cheetah?
Okay, right. I know.
It's Jamie, with his innovative thinking, who works out they need to use the carabiner clips to secure the animals into the bucket.
And then they won't be able to let along. Right, we've got it. We got it.
Once the animals are all across, the boys need to follow.
Stick all the logs together. We can hold on to the rope when we're walking down. Yeah.
Good idea, Isaac. Good job, Aisha. Good job, Sinsin.
Oh, no, not yet. We've put one more. Billy, I'll pull this side tight. So, right, come on. Come on. No, wait, leave it.
Wait!
Come on.
Excellent! Oh, good job, team.
Now it's just a short cycle ride to get the animals to the imaginary sanctuary.
Well done, all of you. They're safe and sound. I think we should have a rest now.
I'm impressed by these 5 very individual children. Now it's my turn to be challenged. I can only take 2 forward to the next stage in my search for a child to make brilliant. Jamie and Billy in the challenges work very well together. They came across as a very good team. Jamie is into all kinds of different ideas on things. He came up with some really innovative thinking.
Billy's come out very strong in the challenge because that incisive thinking of his can work both inside and outside the classroom. I think he's learnt a lot about himself. And I think Isaac did a great job on the challenge as well and put himself on the front line in a number of occasions. These three guys really benefited from the whole day experience. Aisha, you know, she did try and put herself forward a lot more, but I think there's a lot more that could be brought out there. And Shinshin, she set the bar very high for herself in terms of standard all the way through the challenge. And if she couldn't master something immediately, that set her back a little bit. I want her to get over that. All the children here have something very special, but these are the two that I'll be working with on the next stage. To help me decide which girl would benefit more from my brain training, I need to meet their parents. No matter where their gifts lie, the key to a child's success rests with parents knowing how to support them.
She came to England quite late, I think, when she was here, just 5 years old. So she didn't know any English. I think, for her, a bit, struggle.
It just becomes more and more challenging, trying to keep one step ahead. I know that it's going to go horribly wrong soon. Hormones are going to start kicking in and the willpower is going to start being aimed in other directions.
To find out more about how these two girls communicate with their mothers, I've asked them to meet for dinner at a nearby cottage. But first, they have to get there.
So there's your instructions, and I look forward to seeing you there.
Shinshin happily takes charge of the directions. But in Aisha's car, it's Mum Judy who takes control. Shinshin and her mother quickly find the cottage.
I think we're here.
Oh, yes!
Meanwhile, Aisha and her mum aren't communicating clearly. And before long, they're in a muddle.
Well, we can always turn around. We've turned around twice so far.
I told you it was here.
Now they're assembled, the penny drops that when I said dinner, I meant they will be making it. I provided the rations, but they won't be expecting the power cut.
And that's the challenge, because you're going to have to do this in the dark.
I'll be watching their attempts to cook from next door. Straight away, Judy is taking control here. Aisha's found the matches, but Judy's calling the shots.
Just press that.
It's such a big contrast because Shinshin is really guiding her mum. And mum's quite happy for her to take that secondary role and say, OK, Shinshin, let's do it your way.
No.
And put it out. It's not going to be very edible, but we could recycle this boiled water.
For Judy, it's all about speed. She even wants to reuse the pasta water to make the hot drinks.
Let's just see what happens. Be creative, a little bit of chaos, so what? Doesn't matter.
Meanwhile, Shinshin and her mum are taking their time.
Very calm now. They've even taken a small candle and Shinshin's looking at the water to see if it's just right with the bubbles. We're talking perfect here. We want perfect pasta.
Right, hold the handle. Hold the handle, that's a good go.
Hardly ever does Aisha take the lead there. And she's at that age now, Aisha, where a little bit of her own decision making is not a bad thing. Okay, so power has come back on at last. And we can test these culinary delights.
Of course, it doesn't really matter how good the food tastes.
Nice.
Oh my word.
Cooking in the dark has proved highly illuminating for me. I'm ready now to make a decision. Judy and Aisha worked well together, but it was Judy that took the lead on most of it. Complete reverse with Shinshin and her mum, because Shinshin took the lead. Really, I have decided who would be best now to go through to the next stage.
Hello?
Aisha?
Yeah.
Well, I've got some very good news for you. I've picked you now to work one-on-one on the brain training.
Really?
I've picked you because I think there's a lot more Aisha to come out, and I think when we've finished working together, you'll definitely benefit from this. I'll see you soon.
Bye. That Peter was the one cheersing.
Wow! Well done! What do you think?
I'm very happy.
Aisha may seem like an ordinary child, and indeed she is, but the problem is that her gifts lie in an area which the national curriculum doesn't really honour that much. It's in the sort of humanities, worldly subjects, you know, things like history, geography, that in a way have been given a second slot against the core subjects like maths, English and science. That's a shame because they're really important areas that children should be able to work in. And if she's got a gift like this in an area, we need to celebrate that. She can have a tendency to pull herself back and be quite hesitant, and I want to change that and bring her forward and have more confidence in her abilities. So all in all, there's a lot to work with here.
With her Middle Eastern heritage, Aisha's got an innate enthusiasm for learning about people's different histories and cultures. In many ways, she's an anthropologist. I need to devise a challenge to cultivate this ability while helping her overcome her tendency to hold herself back.
Taking all these interests you have in language, geography, history, you know, travelling the world, you are a natural-born explorer. But I've also noticed from the challenges that sometimes you hold yourself back a little bit and you hesitate.
It's because I don't really want to get things wrong, so I'm not sure if I got it right or wrong, so I just don't answer.
To sort all that out and make you really, really shine, I've set you a challenge. I want you to organise a cultural festival in Manchester celebrating all the different kinds of cultures in Manchester. What do you think of that?
Cool.
I want Aisha to develop her passion for exploring other cultures by organising every aspect of the festival. And with a deadline of just 8 weeks, there's no time for wavering. But does Judy believe her daughter's as capable as I do?
I'm assuming there'll be lots of help involved for
Well, not
Aisha.
really.
Lots of, oh dear.
No. The idea is Aisha's going to do this on her own.
Bernadette said that I'm a natural explorer, and she gave me a challenge to do a culture festival in Manchester.
So, what do you think, Mum? It is a big challenge.
It certainly is, yes. It would be for me. Well, so, what do you mean, explorer?
What I'm talking about is really somebody who's very, very interested in exploring culture. She's very much interested in the big world as opposed to just the hometown.
Yes.
So, yeah, would you agree with that?
I would, certainly, yes, and the people as well. This is what you've been doing, you know, since you very first started school. Every trip you used to take in so many things into school to show to everybody.
So, I want to celebrate that.
Right.
Well, it's a big strength. For Aisha to have that now is a great advantage, I think.
Yeah.
But on the other side of things, I've noticed that you're a little bit hesitant, a little bit quiet sometimes.
It's funny, it's like history repeating itself. I was very confident, and then suddenly, I think probably about the same age as Aisha, suddenly became aware of if you put your hand up, everybody turns and looks at you. And
how long did it take to get over that? How old were you when you really didn't care anymore?
Oh, probably about 42.
With Aisha being her only child, it's not surprising that Judy is protective of her daughter. But Aisha needs to do this on her own if she's going to come out of her shell.
It will be quite difficult to let her do it on her own because I'll be nosy. I want to know what's going on.
I think it might be quite hard, in fact, very hard.
To get off to a positive start, I've brought Aisha to the Zion Arts Centre in central Manchester, which I've booked for the festival.
I like it.
You can use all of this. This is all yours for one night. And I'm going to teach you a little trick now, brain trick. Close your eyes. I want you to imagine in your mind just a pure white canvas, just like an artist.
I'm going to train Aisha's brain to succeed using this simple visualisation technique. You can use this for any challenge ahead, such as a test or an interview. Visualising yourself achieving your goal in your mind's eye will send your brain the message that it's really possible.
And then you just stop for a moment in the centre of the room and enjoy that moment. Slowly, slowly, take a nice deep breath. And then open your eyes. How do you feel now?
Excited.
Her mind is now saying, I can do this, I've seen myself do this, therefore I will make it happen.
Keen to get started, Aisha's finding inspiration in the souvenirs from her extensive travels.
You've got the world on your bed here, because it's like all kinds of things. Have you decided then on any ideas for the challenge?
We're learning about India at school.
So you're thinking India. What other cultures are you thinking about?
Africa and China. I asked her if she could help me. She said that she would.
Aisha's spending every spare minute jotting down ideas.
In the middle, there'll be maybe a pole that had labels of all the cultures' places in the direction, and so where the places were. And then I've just gotten to India, and they could be like spices, maybe 4 or 5, which were bright and colourful, and then maybe in the middle some nuts which you could eat.
Aisha's plan is to represent some of the many cultures based in Manchester with dance, music, art, traditional crafts and food to sample.
You cancel that.
And she really wants to do everything by herself.
Move that out of the way. Cancel that and then just put in what you want to put.
But Judy's finding it hard to give Aisha the free rein she needs.
I think she wants to protect me quite a lot, but she needs to give me more independence.
But Aisha's plans for the festival are going nowhere, with plenty of research but very little action. I suspect that it's a build-up of little problems that's making her fear she can't pull off the big challenge.
You can't control everything, but you can certainly take a different look at a problem. I want you to think about each of these balloons as a little problem area that you've now got control of, and you can pop that.
By imagining each fear which holds her back is inside a balloon and then popping it, Aisha is reprogramming her brain to take control.
Everybody has fear. All of us have fear. But you see, fear's not real. It's just like this balloon. It's very, very fragile. If you take charge of it, it can't really run you. You can take charge of it. So we're putting fear inside there, yeah? Okay, and we're going to pop it as well. Go on. Ooh, wasn't that good? So next time you're in the classroom, you think, oh, I can't put my hand up because whatever, you know, just put your hand up. Never mind about fear. It's not real. You just popped it.
This simple neurolinguistic programming technique can help with any worries your child may have.
It's all about making it tangible and manageable for a child. And that way, little problems don't build up into big problems. So bust the fear away.
I'm not convinced that Aisha will really get going until her mother starts to give her more responsibility. So I've brought them to a climbing centre and put Aisha in charge.
Aisha's going to be the one lowering you down. You have to relax and think, yes, you can do it. So it's all about trust and belief in one another. Are you ready for this?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes, absolutely.
Right, are you a little
I've got very
scared?
sweaty palms, but I'm not sure whether that's anticipation or sheer terror. I hate heights.
Point is, Judy, after you've done this, letting go and letting Aisha take control is going to be 100% easier.
Hold tight, Aisha. My life in your hands.
By putting her life in Aisha's hands, Judy has to now reassess her view of her daughter's abilities.
Right. Touch the top. I'm going to come down now.
You need to lie back and hold the rope or let go.
Oh, I have to let go now?
Yeah, you need to get
Seriously?
your feet. You need to get your feet kind of at the same level. Lie back.
You holding tight down there?
Lie back.
You sure?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Then I'm gonna.
The moment when I had to lean back, it was petrifying, to be honest. It's really odd. It's a really odd sensation to be able to lean back. It's so unnatural, and to trust Aisha to hold it.
Just start walking down. Get your feet flat. Get your feet flat. Yeah, that's better. Now just start walking down.
She surprised me.
Put your legs out
Her
there.
whole speech patterns, everything changed. There was complete confidence, and it was great. It was really good to hear.
Spread your legs out a bit.
Okay.
Seeing Aisha take control like this will help Judy look at her daughter from a fresh perspective.
Carry on walking down. Keep your feet flat.
I felt completely safe, and she was completely in control of the situation. Oh, that's a change.
Letting your child try their hand at something new, like doing the shopping or making the evening meal, is a great way to help them gain confidence in their own abilities.
Can I?
Fantastic.
The trust was there, the problem solving was there, and they worked it out together, and that's exactly what I wanted to see.
My knees are wobbling, my arms are wobbling, but I'm really glad I did it. Never thought in a million years I could do anything like that.
But however upbeat Judy's feeling about their teamwork on the climbing wall, progress with the festival is still slow. And there are only a couple of weeks to go.
We went to Lowry and we found all of these like Indian things.
I'm getting a bit worried now for Aisha that it's not going to come together.
Here's just like all the Africa and things like that.
On paper it's perfect. She's putting off the bits that she finds problems with.
Aisha seems to be stumped by the prospect of booking the festival acts, so I'm going to train her with some role play.
Hi, my name's Aisha. I'm doing a culture festival in Manchester. Could you put me through to the person in charge?
Now then, your eyes are looking down, you're not looking up, and I'm not impressed, so I'm not going to put you through. Okay?
By watching herself speaking in a mirror, Aisha can better gauge how she comes across.
In the mirror, you can smile at yourself, you can be confident, this gives a positive message back to the brain. And also, you can slow your words down. You're actually training yourself to speak in a very confident, rhythmic pattern. This is something that politicians do, and Winston Churchill used to do. You can't help but listen to it.
Hello, my name is Aisha. I'm doing a culture festival in Manchester. Please, can I speak to the manager?
Indeed you can. That was very, very confident and fantastic. Yes? Brilliant.
Once she's got the hang of speaking more assertively, Aisha gets cracking talking to potential acts. Before long, she's lined up a sitar player and a troupe of Chinese fan dancers.
I'll see you on the night then.
Aisha's also got to make an introductory speech. Teaching her some Arabic helps Aisha understand how her brain processes language.
So in English we go from left to right. It's actually quicker to write than English Arabic because the brain works from right to left when it's processing language. Research in neuroscience at the moment is very interested in language learning and how that affects the brain. Both the right and the left brain are working to try and understand what's happening. So your right really is looking at tonality maybe, what it hears, rhythm of something. The left is then processing that and giving those words or sounds meaning. So it's a two-way street, and linking the brain, left and right, is a superhighway of connectivity, a thick band of nerve fibres called the corpus callosum. The more you kind of get the brain to interact between the two halves, the better it is for brain training, basically. Have you thought about how you might introduce yourself? You want to welcome people and you want to tell them who you are, don't you? Okay. So in Arabic, what would you say? Do you know?
Marhaba.
Merhaba, yeah, wonderful word. And then my name is Ismi Aisha.
Marhaba, Ismi Aisha.
So you've got the start there, and you can build that in all the different ones. Okay, well done. That sounds good.
Aisha's really getting going now and heads to Manchester's Curry Mile to look at saris for her Indian display.
Hi. Hi, my name's Aisha. I think we spoke on the phone.
Oh, yes, we did. Want me to show you some saris?
Yes, please.
For your display? What are you looking for?
Lots of embroidery on and bright colours.
Okay, this is another nice bright colour, orange. Is this what you were looking for, nice bright colours?
Yeah.
Yeah? Yeah. Would you like to try one?
Yeah.
Yeah? Yeah? Okay. Oh, wow.
Aisha's getting really inspired.
Do you know anybody who could really do henna?
Maybe henna, yes?
Would it be possible if I could maybe have a phone number and I could call and ask her?
Yes, I'll give you the telephone number.
With less than a week to go till the big night, Aisha's opening speech still needs a lot of work.
Just like to tell you why I chose these 4 countries.
I can't help her write it, but to help her words make the best impression, I'm going to teach Aisha how to improve her body language.
When I'm working with children, what comes across a lot of the time, if they've got into sort of a spiral of thinking, oh, I want to lay low strategy in the classroom, they actually start to hunch the shoulders up. They don't want to be seen. It gets into a real personality habit that they're doing this all the time, and you've got to stop it early on. Because how you stand and how you actually meet people is going to be very important for when you do your cultural festival. If you go into a room and you're sort of like this, yeah, and you're looking at the floor, they're going to start looking at the floor and they won't start looking at you.
To help her command the audience's attention, Aisha's got to improve her posture. I'm going to teach her the old book on the head trick.
Now the trick is to just imagine that you've got a piece of string that's pulling your head up here, right, just like a puppet. Right. Shoulders in a nice position.
Walking tall isn't just about looking confident. Something called biofeedback is at work. How you walk is how you feel.
Excellent. Keep going.
Straightening her spine, dropping the shoulders back and smiling all send positive messages to the brain, which then releases feel-good chemicals. Not only do you look better, but you feel good too.
If children are aware of this very, very simple brain technique, posture, it can make the difference between them having a bad day and a good day, and it costs nothing. One of the tricks of really commanding a room is to not rush in there if it's a busy room and start being busy like everybody else. Be different, stand back and survey the room. It's all about taking control. So do you think you can do that for me? Go. This is sending a message that you don't have anything important to say, by the way. This is body language saying, actually, I'm really quite afraid here.
I've pulled out all the stops to help Aisha conquer her reticence. But on the big night, she's going to have to do it on her own. Is she going to be able to pull it off? For the past 2 months, I've been working with 9-year-old Aisha to demonstrate how simple brain training techniques can nurture a child's individual gifts. Despite her qualms about speaking out, in just 2 days' time, Aisha will be telling an audience about her passion for world culture at a festival she's staging all by herself. And everyone's feeling the pressure.
There's the constant fear that it's not going to happen and it's going to be a mess and she's going to be let down.
I'm feeling a bit nervous and a bit scared because I'm not sure if it'll go right or if it'll go wrong.
Aisha's had to organise the whole event, including speech, displays and band dancers. To help her do this, I've programmed her brain to overcome her fears, encouraged her mum to give Aisha more responsibility, and reveal the importance of good posture when performing. But to see just how much her thinking skills have toned up, I want Aisha to repeat my brain challenges. 2 months ago, she found my code impenetrable. And now?
What might strawberry be?
Banana begins with B, and B is the second letter of the alphabet. And pineapple begins with P, P is the 16th letter of the alphabet. And then strawberry begins with an F, and I think that's a P, Q, R, S. So that's the 19th letter.
That posed her no problem. But how about her creative thinking?
You can use it as a headscarf, cushion, as a belt.
In just 2 minutes, Aisha comes up with 14 things to do with the scarf. Last time, she only managed 6. The brain training has undoubtedly worked.
As a shawl, as a baby hold thing.
But she still has to pull off the real-life challenge, putting on her Festival of Cultures, and she's yet to organise the food.
The plantain and the yam, we need those, don't we?
They're heavy.
But she's showing signs of being much more assertive.
I was just wondering, where would the spices be?
Just over there.
Letting Aisha get on with organising the festival has been a steep learning curve for protective mum Judy. Has she noticed any changes?
Here we go. I think it's made a difference to her, definitely. She has been looking people in the eye and making contact.
What sorts of things have you let Aisha do now that you wouldn't have dreamt of before?
Probably the biggest thing is walking home from school alone. Obviously, it's a bit nerve-wracking, but now she's confident.
I'm a...
And Aisha's teacher has also noticed a difference.
Definitely less hesitant. Her communication skills have improved with both her peers and with adults.
The day before the festival, Aisha is still nervous about her speech, so I meet her for a run-through.
Hello, namaste, ni hao, bawani, and...
I can see why she's worried.
Sounds and tastes.
That's really, really, really good, yeah? Okay, but right now, it's not like you're excited about it. So think of actors and actresses. They really try and put a lot of different emphasis on things. Think about using the space from the top. Come on, sock it to me.
People from around the world have travelled to Manchester.
I'm just hoping this is all going to come together tomorrow.
So, how did you sleep, Aisha?
Slept okay.
You slept well? Not nervous? No. Very
The next morning, it seems like Judy's doing all the worrying.
The thought of having to stand there and make her introduction and speech is going to be horrendous. I'm really going to have my heart in my mouth for her. And I hope she's not going to crumble and run away.
It's time to get everything set up at the venue.
And this celebrating the difference, is that what your theme is for this evening now?
You can pop them on there.
It looks like all Aisha's plans are coming together.
You guys are going to be like the last thing on like the big grand finale. So like while you're waiting, you can relax and have a look around as well.
After all the hard work, Aisha's big moment has finally arrived.
Now for the speech.
Hello, namaste, bawani, marhaba, and
Could Judy's worst fears be coming true?
Hi, my name is Aisha. I like to travel and explore lots of different cultures, find out more about how other people live.
After a shaky start, Aisha makes a brilliant recovery.
And tonight I'd like to celebrate the difference that the food, clothes, colours and customs have made Manchester the way it is today. I hope you have a great night. Thanks.
With her speech successfully out of the way, Aisha coordinates the rest of the evening without a hint of hesitation.
I'm a very, very proud mummy right now. I'm delighted. She did so, so well.
She looked like a natural look there.
My daughter's in her class, so I know what they can do at 9, and this is very impressive.
I'm absolutely gobsmacked.
Everybody, thank you for coming. And now there's the Chinese fan dancers who'd like to do their show.
Brain training has helped an ordinary girl pull off an extraordinary feat.
You are brilliant, huh?
She's absolutely thrived on the experience. I feel like she's really grown up.
Everyone said, oh, that was really cool. Oh, I really enjoyed it.
Now, really, there are no limits for Aisha. Any child can do this because they just need that one opportunity to shine. And once that's happened, it's a different child after that.
If you use my techniques with your child at home, you too can bring out your child's brilliance. My name is Bernadette Tynan. I've spent nearly 20 years researching the secrets of the brain and developing brain training techniques guaranteed to bring out the best in any child. I've helped thousands of children unlock their special gifts and talents. But I'm convinced that our exam-crazed education system is still failing to spot the abilities of many children. I'm making it my mission to prove that brain training really works by showing you how I can go into any school and spot a seemingly ordinary child whose gifts are being missed. I'll train that child to do something they'll have no idea they can do. Can I make them brilliant? This week, I'm starting my search for hidden gifts at Rudston Junior School in Liverpool. I've got just 3 days to find a child who I can make brilliant, and this kid won't be top of the class.
What I'm looking for is children with ability that could easily slip through the net. You see, what happens is, on ordinary pen and paper tests, you only capture certain abilities and gifts. I'm more interested in a child that hasn't got the hand up in the air, that isn't getting the answers right, what you might call your average Joe. In my book, there is no average Joe. There's only hidden talent. And once I've spotted it, I can start developing it.
You can do brain training at any age, but the group I'm most interested in is the 8 to 11-year-olds or tweens. At this age, children's brains are ripe for taking on new ideas.
My research has been looking at the impact of neuroscience in education, how that's changing things. We now know more about the human brain, how it grows and develops. And when children have that brain training, if you like, which I do with them, they have a real benefit there of understanding how the brain works, how they can get more out of their learning and more out of the brain.
I'll spend my time here observing the children and talking to their teachers, as well as staging a more unusual exercise.
I've got a challenge for you. And the challenge is, guess the weight of the teacher. In front of you, you've got 3 wheelbarrows, a pile of vegetables, and scales. The payoff at the end is, you get to see a teacher in the wheelbarrow today. Are you in for it? Yes? Okay.
The children have just 5 minutes to measure and add together the amount of vegetables they think equals their teacher's weight. But I'm not just watching to see whether they get it right.
So you really think I'm this heavy? Really heavy? What do you think, Harris?
They think this is too much!
I'll say so.
Okay, come on, let's go. Okay.
Even counting carrots can tell me a lot about how these children solve problems. As well as maths and logic, I'm checking out how they organise themselves and communicate.
30, 34, 34. That many.
One of the things I'm noticing about one child in this group, she'd been in charge of everything and having a really good time, and then she got the pounds and the metric mixed up, but it was really stumping her. And because she'd taken the leadership in the group, they're all like, what's gone wrong?
Other children take a more individual approach.
One of the team members is now forgotten about the actual practical activity. They've moved on to the abstract. Hey, what else could we do with this? Time is up! We want the teachers in the wheelbarrows. Yes, let's go for it. In the wheelbarrows.
Their guesses are pretty close, but before I can select just 5, I need to dig a bit deeper.
I'm just going to ask you a little bit about your holidays. Where did people go on the holidays? Yes? Spain. Just put your hands up if you've been to Spain.
I'm actually happy here in England because it rains and sunny at the right time and we get the right amount of food and water.
My research means getting the lowdown from the teachers, as well as what I can see for myself.
Would you like to be involved in more of the team sports?
I'm the slowest in the whole class, or maybe the whole
I
year
can't
group.
believe that.
Some kids have a lay-low strategy in class. They just want to blend in. I've spotted one such child and I have a hunch there's more to him than meets the eye.
Can you read some of this out for me?
There is a dragon who guards the castle. It is wicked, mean, and a stern dragon.
What does stern mean?
I don't know what stern means.
But you used it?
Yeah.
Did you use it?
I think I've now identified 5 children who look interesting.
but only one is going to get the chance to put my brain training to the test. I'm convinced all of these children have got something. In my research, time and again, I find brilliance starts with ordinary children in ordinary homes. But it's only when parents know how to spot their child's gifts that they can then start to help them develop that natural brilliance. My first choice is Darian, the wordsmith. And then there's Harris. I've no doubt he's very bright, but he's been labelled a chatterbox. I'd call him a communicator.
What I'm seeing there is not silliness. They're fiddling with things, not getting on with what they're not supposed to be doing, fidgeting. All that can be an indication of a really fast brain at work, and it's a little bit under-challenged here. At the other end of the scale, we've got a really sort of high-level thinker. You know, this little boy called James. Ask him about his holidays. He's not going to tell you about the sand, the beach. He's going to tell you about global warming instead. He's up here and he's thinking.
A girl called Sophie's also caught my eye. I'd say straight off that I'm looking at a leader.
What's really fascinating is that you've got one person there in charge of everybody else. Why are they all gravitating towards her? You can't make people listen to you. You've got her down as Miss Bossy Boots, and that's not it at all.
And the last person I've chosen is Nilu. She has a hang-up about not being sporty, which threatens to overshadow all the things she can do. If she could see this more clearly, she'd be a dazzler. So that's my lineup complete. Now the real fun starts. I've picked these 5 out of 200 children. All have got real gifts which I think are in danger of being overlooked.
See you later.
Now I need to find out more about their abilities. And I'm certainly not going to do that in a classroom. We're off to the Lake District.
What's a sheep's favourite fruit? No. Banana.
I can choose only one of these children for brain training, and I've got just one day left to decide. So we're doing 3 challenges today, all right? The first one is creative thinking, the second is pattern breaking, and the third is problem solving. Are you ready?
Yeah!
Let's go! I'm convinced that school kids today are suffering from death by testing. I'm more interested in how they think, not what they know. What do you see before you here?
A dragon.
I want you to think how many different things you could do with this dragon, okay?
A sponge.
You could use a sponge. Excellent, great.
I could turn it into a hat. You could cuddle it.
My version of this classic psychology test is a great way of revealing creative thinking. Your child can do this with any object at home. The more they do it, the more ideas they'll have. What else could you do with it?
I could turn it into a fashion accessory. Like a measuring tape where you go, make it a bird's nest. I could ride on it.
Give us a little example of that.
Thank you, James. James, I can see you're a bit of an entertainer as well. James?
James enjoys thinking at a higher level. Sometimes this means he might think in the abstract.
My second favourite thing is watering my tomato plants.
He doesn't always concentrate and his mind wanders a bit, you know.
This one's called Ben and that one's called Ben. I mean Bill. Bill and Ben.
The problem is this kind of thinking ability could be misinterpreted as silliness, but it's not. He's just thinking out of the box.
John Jacob Heimer Schmidt. His name is my name too.
James's ability needs to be encouraged. Parents need to remember not all good ideas have to be serious. Next, I've chosen a code-breaking test to see if the kids can spot the pattern in the numbers to find the final number. 1, 3, 7. What comes next?
I think 11.
11. Why do you think 11?
Because it's 4 more than 7.
Darian lays low at school.
Quiet in class, but he's lovely.
Whatever he does, he always sort of is thoughtful in what he does. Even if it's something naughty, actually.
The problem for quiet children is that they can get overlooked. The children making the most noise will get the most attention.
I'm really good at English because I read books.
Darian's facility with words is impressive, but if he's going to really shine, as he should, he needs to make himself heard. So you've done the odd numbers. Good strategy. It's not the right answer, but it's not about wrong or right. It's about how you thought about it. Any ideas?
10.
You think it's 10. Why do you think it's 10?
Don't know.
You don't know? Okay, all right.
11.
Good guess, but not the right answer. What do you think comes at the end?
5.
Why do you think it's 5?
Because it's missed out the number because it's going 1, 3, and then it should be 5, then 7 because it's counting the pin.
When it comes to Sophie, she's got heaps of energy and is very popular.
My best friends are Beth, Bethany, Amy, Faye, Charlotte, Eleanor and Eve.
But her charisma and leadership skills could be mistaken for bossiness.
She's a very confident girl.
Competitive.
Doesn't like to lose at anything that she does.
I've noticed that Sophie's confidence dips when she's confronted by numbers. She may need help to get over this obstacle before she can make the most of her other gifts. So you think it's something to do with 2s?
Yeah.
It's not the right answer, but you've thought about it, and that's what this is all about, thinking strategy.
I like the task that was on earlier, but I think that one's a bit harder.
Of all the children, the one who quickly realises that the way to crack a code is to look for a relationship is Nilu. 5 seconds.
15.
Correct answer. Now, what was your strategy there? That's great.
Well, first I thought, well, how many numbers, what's the difference between 1 and 3? Plus 2. From 3 to 7 is plus 4. 4 is double 2. Well, using the same relationship, we need to double it again. So 7 plus 8 is 15.
That's what we're doing. That's great. Really well done. Nilu's spoilt for choice. She's doing well in all her subjects, but she's got a hang-up about sport.
It's really hard for me to keep up with other people, and I feel a bit embarrassed. Because they're like, hurry up, Nilu! I'm like, I can't!
If a child is used to excelling, they may get frustrated at being unable to instantly master new challenges. Nilu needs to learn it's okay to try new things, however they go, and accept that she doesn't have to be good at absolutely everything. So far, the kids have had an easy ride, but now they've got to face something a bit more demanding. In the water.
1, 2, 3.
I've positioned a dummy on the far side of the river. He's been taken ill and the children urgently need to get across with his medicine. We know that when children in emergency situations, they're capable of a great deal more thought and action. They have no fear of trying something different. They have actually saved lives. What this activity does, it pulls out different aspects of their thinking, how they reason things, how they problem solve in a hands-on context. Are we ready?
Yeah!
Okay, let's go for this then. It may look like a muddle, but how the children approach this tells me a lot about them. James the thinker cracks the problem immediately. He alone sees that they need to secure the boat and remains fixated on that key task. Nilu's trying to get her head around the whole problem. Darian throws himself into the centre of the action, and Harris is on his way to give the team a helping hand. Harris has been pegged as a chatterbox, but in fact he's got great verbal ability.
My mum wants me to be a pilot because so I could take her to Pakistan, and my dad wants me to be a dentist so I can fix his teeth.
It's good that he likes to talk, But he could start getting into trouble in class for talking instead of listening. And this could hold him back. It's Sophie who ultimately takes charge of the rescue operation. Sophie was able to see all different aspects of the problem simultaneously. I hadn't sort of seen her as that way thinking in the other activities. Having worked with James to secure the boat, Sophie's the one who ferries the medicine to the dummy. This simple mission has been highly revealing. Where we have problem solving that's abstract with shapes and numbers, where some of them were actually quite confused, you throw them in the water and they're happy to sort this out. And this is infinitely more difficult because there's so many different things going on. But it's all about how we perceive a problem to be difficult or not. They didn't see this as difficult, they saw this as fun.
I liked the part when we got in the boat and it was actually, sailing. It was really fun. The best part was when I got up on the rocks and I was slipping all the time.
It's back to school for the children while I head back to my studio to do some serious thinking. Each one of these 5 has got sparks of brilliance and I'd love to work with them all, but I can only take 2 forward to my final test, and today's challenges have clinched it for me. Well, I think on all the challenges, and certainly in my observations of Harris in the classroom as well, he's done really, really well across the board. All right, so he's a bit chatty, but that's his gift. So I think at this stage, I've not really got any concerns or reason to take him forward because I think he's doing perfectly fine. Darian is a similar case. He's very confident in his storytelling. So I think, again, if it's working, I'm not going to go in there at this stage. He doesn't need me. James is going to be a high-level thinker all his life. That is his gift. And what you don't do is interrupt that. You just let that develop. He's got good support at school. But I am concerned with the way that Sophie was so phased in the challenges with the maths side of it. I mean, that was the only thing that held her back, and I don't want that to continue, really. I want to see what Mum and Dad are doing there, because that is a problem. And then Nilu, she's got a great ability across the board, but that can be a mixed blessing going into secondary school. These 2 are the ones that should come through now and work with me on the next stage. I've narrowed it down to Nilu and Sophie. But before I can decide which girl to work with, I need to meet their parents. Parental support is critical to developing a child's gifts, so I need to find out how these families work together. Wilson family, that's your pack over there. Sharifi family, your pack over here. And how better to observe them interacting than by getting them to put up a tent.
And do the clips first then.
When we opened up those 2 boxes and seeing it was a tent, it was just my worst nightmare had come true, because I'm just not a tent person.
We don't do tents.
We don't do tents.
Let's see if there is any instructions. In fact, do you want to read this out loud for us?
Unpack tent and lay out the fly sheet and in it.
Straight away, I can see how these 2 families take different approaches to problem solving. Nilu has got right in there, the thick of the action, right from the very beginning. That's Mum who's brought her in and said, how are we going to sort this out? Good game plan.
Look, the clear things going there. What?
Yeah.
Sophie has just spotted something that's fundamental in that tent. If they don't get that pole in the right place, they're going to be really up the creek without a paddle.
Mine's out, sunshine.
But Sophie's mum thinks she knows best.
That's too big to feed through there.
Wait, let's do it at the same time.
In Nilu's family, there's an inherent confidence in the mother and father. They're confident in that activity, therefore Nilu is confident in that activity. I'm not sure the same thing's going on when we look at the Wilson family. Sophie is getting this vibe that this is not what Mum and Dad are like doing.
Dad, push that yellow through.
There is a message here being passed from parent to child that this is complicated. That's not a good thing to do, because children don't know something's complicated until somebody tells them that it is. Sophie's not going to touch a tent ever again, because she's going to think that, she's not good at that. If your child is trying to do something hard, don't tell them that you think it's difficult. You'll be amazed at what they can achieve. Okay, that's it, time's up. Of course, I don't really care who got the tent up first. The challenge has revealed all I need to know. Neela's family have got a very good strategy that's working for their child. It's getting the results that they want. On the other hand, Sophie and her family, they know where they want to go, but they don't know how to get there. I know exactly which girl I need to work with. She might seem unremarkable now, but I can develop her gifts to prove just how brilliant she can be. Hi, Sophie.
Hello.
Do you know why I'm calling you?
No.
Well, you've been picked to come on the next stage of the journey.
What?
Being picked.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, very.
Oh, fantastic.
I think you've got a lot of different gifts and talents there, including leadership. You're really good with people, but I don't think you understand just how brilliant those gifts are. And I think you're going to do absolutely fantastic. Okay?
Bye.
Okay.
Wow, very good. Good girl. Good girl. Well done.
Pleased.
Well done.
We are really excited. Don't know quite what to expect. A little bit apprehensive, but I think it's a really good opportunity for her.
On the surface, Sophie may seem an ordinary child, and indeed she is, but she has a special gift of leadership and facilitator skills, which means she's very popular with friends because she is a people person. And at the same time, I see she's got problems with her maths that might hold her back later on. I want to sort that out so that she can really realise her gift and make it work to the best of her ability. I'm going to train Sophie's brain to succeed and get rid of that hang-up about maths, using techniques which anyone can follow. All I need to do now is dream up a project which will reveal her true promise.
I'm thinking, how would you feel about leading your own play? Writing it, directing it, organising people, using all your language skills which you're very good at, and putting that all together in a real theatre. How would you feel about that?
Be amazed.
You'd be amazed. Do you think you could handle it? Do you think you could handle it?
Yes, that's right. I'm asking Sophie not only to write a play, but to put it on in a real theatre. It's certainly going to challenge her creative and leadership skills. But now we've got to convince her parents.
I'm going to direct a play, and I know I'm not bossy and I'm a leader.
Oh, wow. That'll be good, won't
Where are you
it?
going to do that?
In the theatre.
Not in school?
No.
In a bigger one?
Yeah.
We're proud of you at the end of that, won't we?
Yeah, but that's a big task, Sophie.
Are you
How
going
are
to
you
be able
going
to do that?
Yeah,
I'm
how are you
going to
going to
do
do that?
planning.
You want to do the planning?
Yeah.
And what else are you going to do?
You'll be doing different aspects of the production, so you'll be doing the budgeting, yeah, you'll be doing the costumes, you'll be doing all the casting, all the directing, all the lighting.
You know, our Sophie's only 9. You know, and it's,
I just think it's a big project. How will it all come together?
Too big of a task for a young girl of 9 to take on all these roles.
But if you break the problem down, you can achieve it, whatever it is.
Are you not worried about anything?
No.
No? Not fazed by it all?
Nope.
Think we'll be able to keep everybody in check?
Yeah.
Okay, this is a huge project for a 9-year-old, but I'm confident this will bring out Sophie's hidden brilliance. And I picked this family precisely because they need to understand the full extent of their daughter's gift.
Now then, keep your eyes closed.
It's only when we start our first brain training exercise that the scale of the task begins to dawn on Sophie.
How does that feel?
Very scary. I feel a bit nervous now.
Because of the fact that it's so big? Yeah, well, that's not a problem because there's a little brain trick I'm going to do that will make all of this seem utterly possible, yeah?
The brain has enormous power, but you have to learn how to harness it. By visualising an end goal, you can program it into your system.
And now, as if you're a painter, I want you to start filling in the details of all the people that are going to make up the audience. And they're smiling. And the reason they're smiling, Sophie, is because you've done a brilliant job.
Don't be fooled into thinking this is just confidence building. If you give the brain an image, it will absorb that mental picture as a reality.
There were moments when you thought you couldn't, but now you've pulled it off. Open your eyes. You're going to have this picture on your bedroom wall, yeah? All the way through as a reminder that you can do it because you've just done it in your mind's eye. You've achieved your goal. Anybody can do this. Say they've got an exam coming up.
If they program their mind to actually see them achieving the goal, they will achieve the goal. Basically, seeing is believing. That's how the mind works.
When Bernadette says this is the direction, I'm going to be like, this is the time for me, this is my time.
Sophie is already bursting with creative ideas.
Well, I've had an idea about, like, the king says you've got 3 days in to break a code, because you have like a little symbol and you put like a necklace or something in it and it opens like a door to the treasure.
Oh, that sounds really interesting. So why did you think of that?
Well, it just came into my mind and I thought it sounds good.
No matter how good her ideas are, I need to address Sophie's problem with maths. A difficulty in one area can easily erode a child's confidence in their other abilities.
8, 5, 12, 60. 6, 12, 72.
But first, I need to teach her how to get her brain into the right state for tackling a bit of maths. Yes, football. Techniques like this are easy to do at home, and absolutely free. Parents can sometimes feel that when their children get home from school, they're ready to dive into their homework, but that's not always the case. I mean, think about a person when they just got home from the office and they need a drink to chill them down. Children need to have some sort of activity to just get them in that relaxed, alert state, ready for learning. At school, children spend a lot of time in the beta brain state. Intense logical thought, not always the best state for tackling problems. The relaxed alert state, called theta, helps you see a problem in a more creative light. In this state, Sophie's brain's more receptive to that tricky maths. So, you're good at languages, yeah?
Yeah.
Good at English? Yeah. Well, English and mathematics are both languages. Did you know that?
No.
And it's got relationships and rules just like English has. And all you have to do is find out what they are. And do you remember when we did that numbers challenge?
Yeah.
And you were kind of a bit stumped by it?
Yeah.
Well, there's a trick. 1 times 2 is?
2.
Plus 1 is?
3.
Times 2 is?
6.
Plus 1 is?
7.
Times 2 is?
14.
Plus 1 is?
15.
Do you want to write that down for me then? Well done, that's it, you've cracked it. Easy, wasn't it? So what do you think might be happening between these two here? 1 and then it's 4 and then 13.
Well, you might do 1 times 3 adds 1 is 4, and then 4 times 3 is 12 adds 1 is 13.
Yeah, and then we've got a big one.
13 times 3 equals 39.
Well done, plus...
And plus 1 is 40.
Yes, you cracked it, you've done it.
Yeah.
But you see, once your mind knows a trick like that in maths, it never, ever, ever forgets. So next time you come across a maths problem, you don't have to be fazed by it, because you know you can crack it, yeah?
Yeah.
Sophie's off to a good start. But I suspect there's something else which could be holding her back. Am I getting a sense that you have a hang-up yourself with maths? Because you're saying, you know, a little bit of negativity coming in there.
I suppose it wasn't my favourite subject at school, and it wasn't Derek's either. I don't think it's one of our favourite subjects, to be honest.
Parent has a hang-up, child has a hang-up. I need to change your perspective on maths, because if I don't change that now, that's not going to change for Sophie either. What you believe is possible, she believes is possible. What hang-ups you have, she will have. Sophie's current hang-up is over her script. Despite her initial enthusiasm, it's proving tougher than she thought. What she doesn't realise is that the key to getting her brain in gear lies in her own back garden. Hold the ball. Let's stop bouncing, okay? Let's try and go in sync. Right, really focus. Trampolining is so good for the brain, even NASA astronauts use it to boost their brain power. It improves your metacognitive ability. That's thinking about thinking, because you never land the same way twice. That's it. Here's a really simple exercise you can do on your own. It's still about focusing, bouncing. I want to see you bouncing. Trying to keep on the centre point.
Don't let down.
Your brain is constantly working just to keep you upright, and trying to stay on the centre point or keep in sync with another bouncer will give the brain extra focus.
So just think about NASA astronauts. If it's good for them, it's good for you, yeah?
Regular trampolining in between writing sessions is helping Sophie focus. And with just 6 weeks to go, she's confident enough to start casting. All her best friends, of course.
Please come to my palace at 3 p.m. today.
Amy, you have to really exaggerate that and go, please.
Please come to my palace at 3 p.m. today. I have got it in.
But when I come back to get her started on her production budget, I realise that her maths needs a lot more work.
For your play, yes, you have a budget of £200. What do you think is going to be the most expensive part?
Probably the costume.
Maybe half the budget,
Yeah.
shall we say? Okay. Imagine this is your budget here, and I want you to cut this in half for me.
If your child is struggling with maths, it really helps if you can take it off the page. Make the numbers real for them by using an everyday example, like a cake.
So what's half of £200 then?
100 no.
What would 3/4 be?
£25.
Sophie is still struggling with the fractions, and as she needs to start spending on her production budget, it's getting urgent. So I get her to write the budget on the window using a washable chalk pen. This can help make the figures, quite literally, transparent.
What great mathematicians do is they take ownership of numbers, and they also make the numbers transparent. They play with numbers, they dance with numbers. It's something that they can enjoy. It's not something in a textbook. Make the maths real for children, and then they can actually take it in a lot better.
While Sophie's grappling with the numbers, I want to show Sarah that the best way she can support her daughter is by changing her perception of what is possible. I've brought you here to Liverpool Airport so that you're going to fly a plane today, and I've got a very specific reason why that has to happen.
I thought it was all meant to be about Sophie, really, but so I don't know why I'm meant to be doing this.
Okay, the two things go together, Sarah. Yeah, you can't have one without the other. What you're projecting onto Sophie is kind of like fears, limitations, things maybe she can't do. We have to get a can-do in there, okay?
Yeah.
And this is part of the can-do journey. Yeah? It's a life-changing moment for you and Sophie, because the minute she sees you taking off in that plane and being in control of that plane, it sends a different message to her and a different perspective on life and the way she thinks about everything. Taking charge of a plane for the first time causes a massive chemical rush in the brain.
Good luck, Mum!
The brain's neurons are in an exhilarated state, firing, connecting, generating new ideas for new possibilities.
How the way she goes.
Oh my goodness me.
There are no limits. You can create the same effect anytime you do something that takes you out of your comfort zone. Bungee jumping, entering a marathon, skateboarding. Ooh.
Right, just a little bit of turbulence. Occasionally get bounced around by a little bit of turbulence, but otherwise just a little turbulence.
A little bit.
I'm worried in case she crashes the plane, but no more worries than that.
That's it. That's a good turn, that.
The main benefit for Sarah is it opens up lots of different horizons now. If she can do this, what else can she do? And you'll never be able to reverse that, because once Sophie's seen it, it opens up new ways of thinking, a different attitude, a can-do attitude.
Is that the airport already over there?
Yeah. Oh, we're down.
You love me,
Back
Mum?
safe and sound.
Yeah.
It was pretty amazing. It was.
Did you
It was
drive
good.
it with your feet?
I took control, so you asked Neil. Yeah, I did. Yeah. Steered it. So it was really good, and I'm glad I've done it now. Feel a bit exhilarated. Think it'll make Sophie see that, you know, whatever you set your mind to, you can do. Go on.
And Sarah's enthusiasm rubs off on Sophie, who decides she's ready to practice her budgeting skills.
Go on in. Go on, mate.
Looking for Roman costumes.
Okay, well, we've got absolutely loads of costumes in the back, so do you want to go through and have a little look?
Yeah. That was just a that's nice. So that one's quite good. Yeah, I like that one. Come down to this one. Charlotte, do you like that? Yeah, I like that. got a budget of £150 spent on all my costumes. The big problem is how much is all this going to cost?
All the costumes that you hire are all £15 each.
Okay. 55, 65, 70, 75. So £75 is half my budget because I've got 150.
Right, now, you sure you've got everything you need?
Yeah.
Yep.
We should be well within budget then, shouldn't we? Okay, come on then.
The penny may be dropping with her maths, but the performance is just a couple of weeks away and the pressure's mounting. And when Sophie gets her friends together for rehearsals, there's no forgetting that these children are only 9.
Come on, Mario. Let me come on. Yes, you're right. Right, start again. Started laughing. Come on. I could hear that giggle, Amy. Get back in your... I felt like I was bossy because I was shouting at them, going, oh, do this, do that. It's really harder than I expected directing my friends because they're all laughing sometimes. I'm like, oh, please don't laugh. We need to get this done. Wait, you do this is taking forever. You don't make a noise behind the scene. You just stay down there. Sophie's a really good director, but sometimes she'll get a bit, oh, we need to do this. Go on, sling your hoop. That's a wrap.
To help her stay focused under pressure, I've given Sophie another brain training trick.
My brain is brilliant. I can learn anything. I can always focus on achieving my goals.
Feeding the brain with positive statements in the present tense reprograms the brain to help you achieve your objectives.
I think if somebody was saying to me every day, oh, you're great, you're brilliant, or you can do that, and you think, yeah, well, I am.
Girls, come quickly, we've got a letter from him, Matt.
But however brilliant Sophie's feeling, there's no escaping that the play's nowhere near ready for an audience, and she's getting worried.
Beth, just leave it as it was. Yeah.
Sophie is very nervous about it. She phoned me a couple of days ago and she started to sound a bit worried.
Do your stage directions. Queen, hand over the envelope. I've done it. Have you? Okay, I didn't see, sorry. Did they keep me awake? Like, I was thinking of the plane and I thought, oh, my friends are going to forget the lines. If they forget the lines, everyone will be laughing at me. My line's supposed to look. Wait, Amy, can you just sit on the chairs because you're like...
She's put a lot of time and effort in, right? I don't want it to, like, fail for her, but, you know, after all, she is only 9, and personally, I think it'd be daunting for an adult to take all them roles on. We just want her to, you know, do the best she can, and if it comes off, it comes off. If it fails, it fails.
I don't think it'll fail anyway.
Could I have got it wrong? Is it all going to be too much? For the past 2 months, I've been working with 9-year-old Sophie Wilson to show how simple brain training, which any child can do, can bring out remarkable hidden gifts. In 2 days' time, she'll be testing her leadership skills to their limit by single-handedly staging her own play. It's a huge undertaking, but I'm still confident that my training will help her pull it off. I've shown her how trampolining can focus her mind, how football can get her in the right brain state for learning, and made her struggle with maths transparent. To prove that she's really progressed, I want to repeat the challenges Sophie first did 2 months ago. Back then, she was completely stumped by a number sequence. And now? So what do you think, looking at the numbers, 2, 7, 22, what do you think the relationship is then between them?
I think you times the number by 3 and add on 1.
You're right. That was very quick. That was good. So what goes on the end there?
67.
Brilliant. Well done. And what about the creative thinking? Now, go.
A hat.
A hat.
Something to hold puppies in. A dog chew toy. Face protector. If a baby sit on it.
Yes, it could be a little stool.
Potty.
Yeah, it could be a potty. In just 2 minutes, Sophie comes up with 16 ideas. That's double what she managed last time. Her capacity to deal with creativity and problem-solving challenges has undoubtedly increased. But she still has to pull off the real-life challenge, the play. I meet Sophie at the dress rehearsal for a final pep talk. With the best laid plans in the world, things might kind of go a bit wrong sometimes. Yeah. So you need to have a game plan. They're looking up to you, so you can't afford to lose it. Always remember that you are the leader. All she's got to do now is get to grips with the lighting desk.
All the different lights we've got are all the way along here.
Yeah, can I turn one on?
Yeah, she pushed that one up.
Yeah, look at that!
when they get all the treasure, I just want like a big yellow, like a pink.
Sophie's doing really well, but her parents have been uneasy about the scale of the task. I'm keen to know if they can detect any changes in their daughter.
2 months ago, if I'd have asked you, how would you have described Sophie?
Like sort of bossy.
And now, do you see her in a different way?
Yes. Yeah.
No, it's
not
you know, you
bossy.
can see it in a different way.
No,
She's channeling it in the right way, isn't she?
Yeah.
I think now she knows exactly what she wants.
Yeah.
Really positive, isn't it? She's proud of it, aren't we? She's done really well.
And they're even prouder when they get some great news from the school. Sophie's moved up in maths.
She has moved up into the top group with me, and the projected target is the fact that she should be coming out at the required level at the end of year 5, provided that she has that sort of progression right the way through the year.
I don't find anything tricky about maths now. My fraction and decimals are definitely improved. Quarter.
That's into
Quarter. And then that's just 3/4 left. 3/4.
Fantastic.
It's just like somebody switched the light on.
It is amazing how it's all of a sudden it's just clicked.
I can notice the difference, yeah.
Finally, the big day dawns. Sophie's as ready as she can be, but this is still going to be no mean feat for a 9-year-old.
I'm feeling a bit nervous, but I think it's going to go smoothly and everything's going to go fine.
But when she arrives at the theatre, she discovers there's a last-minute hitch.
The problem is, girls, is that there's a wedding and we don't know where the audience is going to come in, because that's where the wedding's going to go.
No one has realised that the theatre entrance has been double booked. A wedding party is due to arrive at precisely the same time as Sophie's audience.
I'm thinking maybe you're going to have to think a bit laterally on this, yeah? Sophie's hit an obstacle. That's part of life, it's part of being brilliant. It's never smooth. Any route to success is never smooth. There are always times when you'll be challenged. And the trick of brilliance is to keep on going. Keep on going. Very simple to say, hard to do.
We find a security guard who points us towards an alternative entrance.
Found it, it's there.
The side entrance is less glamorous than the spectacular atrium, but the crisis has been averted. A real life lesson in problem solving. Sophie posts her family at the gate to greet the audience, who are oblivious to the tensions of the past hour.
Thank you.
Just one.
Thank you very much.
And the seats are soon filling fast.
Gentlemen, welcome to the Cornerstone Theatre.
A little bit nervous now. Just hope it all goes off before we
It's now or never.
Bring it over slowly.
She's going to start laughing at me. Can send this scroll to the poorest people in town. Where's the code? Is it that one?
Brilliant.
I have got a mission for you to accomplish, and there is a reward for anyone who successfully completes it. Enter the cave, and there you will find the tools to solve your next puzzle. I think if we use the numerals as letters and spell out the word, it may crack the code. Cool. Look at all those jewels. You've all done very well, and here is your reward. This is the end.
Now then, normally you think, well, something as massive as that was, maybe an adult had a hand in that. I'm afraid you'd be wrong on this occasion. The lady that I want to introduce you to, who did all of this, is just a little girl, a very special little girl, called Sophie Wilson. I want you to tell me something. Do you now believe that you are brilliant?
Yeah.
Yes, and that you are a leader?
Yeah.
Yes, you did it!
It was really nerve-wracking, but when I finished it, I was really happy. It went well. It went really well.
Brain training has helped an ordinary girl pull off an extraordinary feat, despite her parents' misgivings.
I thought 2 months ago that Sophie's pulled off today was never achievable. Sophie's proved me wrong.
There's a moment of hush in the auditorium as a realisation of what children are capable of. Give a child the opportunity and they can achieve practically anything.
I'm very, very proud, but I feel like she's got stood herself in good stead to be able to use it in the future.
Brilliance is not about sort of sitting there and thinking, oh, I've reached something here I can't do. She keeps going forward. She's learned that that is the simple route to success.
I say to anyone who calls me bossy, being a desert, I was a leader, so I'm a leader.
Sophie's proved beyond doubt that she can be brilliant. And with her maths on the up, I think the world is going to be her oyster. Now my search is on for more children with hidden gifts. My name is Bernadette Tynan. I've spent nearly 20 years researching the secrets of the brain and developing brain training techniques guaranteed to bring out the best in any child. I've helped thousands of children unlock their special gifts and talents. But I'm convinced that our exam-crazed education system is still failing to detect the abilities of many children. I'm making it my mission to prove that brain training really works by showing you how I can go into any school and spot a seemingly ordinary child whose gifts are being missed. I'll train that child to do something they'll have no idea they can do. Can I make them brilliant? This week, I'm focusing my efforts on Middleton Primary School in Nottingham. I'm after just one ordinary child who I can take on an intensive brain training journey to show them just how brilliant they can be. I'm really interested in those hidden gifts and talents that children can have that, unless you know what you're looking for, are just going to go straight through the net, undetected at school. The 8 to 11-year-olds I'm focusing on are at a critical stage of their school career. As they get to the end of primary school, it's vital that their gifts are noticed before they strike out into the big wide world of secondary education.
Cricket! Any cricketers here? Cricketers!
I've got 3 days to find out as much as I can to help pick the right child. When I go into a school, I like to start my search by getting the children involved in an activity that isn't bound by the national curriculum.
Now, the challenge today is that you are going to dress your teachers and make them look like a famous person. Go ahead.
Each team has got to recreate a famous historical figure. The blindfolded teachers are going to have to guess who they are.
Let's think about this first.
This isn't just a game of dress-up.
Stand up, please.
It shows me how a child's brain works. I've provided them with part of the costume, but they'll need to use their imaginations to complete the whole look.
Now then, you've figured this out, haven't you? Yep, by weaving it in and out, you can do it.
The other children are not busy building, they're just dressing. He's actually trying to construct a costume rather than just use what's there already. He's thinking and using his mind in a different way.
Sally took the hair under like the wig there. Yeah, that looks good.
What one guy's done here is take charge completely at the beginning. You've got sort of a good leader who also can see the bigger picture, so he's able to direct other people to make things fairly quickly in the challenge, which has worked out very well for this team.
I'm on the lookout for the best creative ideas.
This chap here, what you've got is somebody that really enjoys making things. He's made practically every little bit of accessory that has to go on, you know, the beard, he's done the chain, he's doing rings, everything. So he's more your builder constructor.
Going to find out who you've dressed them up as.
Who do you think you are? Am I Queen Elizabeth I?
Yeah.
Oh, it's definitely Henry VIII, isn't it?
Yeah.
Got to be.
Oh my goodness! Mary Queen of Scots?
Yeah.
This exercise has given me some insights into the way the children think, but I also need to talk to the teachers. And there are more questions I need to ask before I can select just 5 children to take to the next stage.
Everyone else hates math, but I think it's good.
Do you ever get stumped? Do you ever think, oh, I'm not quite sure about this one here? No.
Not in math.
No. This guy has really got a handle on the maths and he knows it.
That's your answer.
I think you've got a natural-born mathematician there. Some children have plenty of ideas but find it hard to organise their thoughts. Do you like writing poetry?
Yeah, I love writing old stories, but the punctuation is the worst thing ever. I get it in my head and I don't stop, I just write it down.
I've spent 3 days scouring the school for likely candidates. Now it's time for some tough decisions.
As I was observing in the school, I spotted this guy called Liam, and he's a motivator, he's coaching his team, he's only 10. I'm just wondering if that's been spotted in the school though, because that's really something special at that age. This little boy, Peter, caught my eye because he was great in the challenge, but look at this. The minute he's got to sit down and write something, fingers start going. That tells me immediately, that body language, that he's fed up, he doesn't like writing things down. Next thing, the ruler starts. He's got to fiddle with something. He's de-stressing himself right there, can you see? Good strategy. But the problem is, where is he going to get the chance to show what he can do if it's all about writing? So I'd like to know more about him. I spotted this great guy called John, he's just a tinkerer, you know, he loves experimenting with things. What does this do? How does that work? And this has been a massive chance for him to say, hey, look what I can do, and he's doing great. I'm really concerned about this little boy that I spotted, Salahuddin. He's very able in the classroom, he's good at his maths and so on, but he's quiet. I'm always on the lookout for the quiet ones because they can easily slip through the net. Quiet, well-behaved can also mean hidden gifts. I'm interested to know more about him. Children this age are really, really curious, but to find someone as curious as this young lady, Molly, is quite rare. She is into everything and anything. Problem is, it's what you do with all this information, and I've noticed she makes big, long notes in the classroom. But how is she going to organise all that? I'd like to know more about that. But she is one curious mind. These are the 5 that I want to work with. Liam, Peter, John, Molly and Salahuddin.
These 5 have the kind of gifts that so easily slip through the net because the current system of testing leaves little room for individuality.
The statistics used in exam performance treat children as if they're bottles in a bottling plant on a production line, as if ability is a one-size-fits-all affair with everybody fitting neatly into one preset mould. This is all wrong. The problem is children's abilities are all individual and unique. What about things like creativity and imagination that you can't measure on a test? I think after 20 years of death by test in schools now, it's really a time in this country to have a rethink.
So I'm taking the 5 children I've chosen away from tests and textbooks to set them a series of challenges that will reveal more about their hidden gifts.
Yeah, it would be good if you actually helped. Thinking.
But I can only take one of these 5 hopefuls on an intensive brain training journey. I've got to figure out which one it's going to be. Setting them unfamiliar challenges will reveal more about their hidden abilities, helping me work out who needs me the most.
I want you to let your imagination go wild and tell me how many things you can do with this. Go.
Any young mind will benefit from being encouraged to think creatively.
Whoa, that's great design. Is that a hat?
Yeah.
Keep going.
Using any given object, children can freewheel with their ideas. It gives the brain a real workout.
Make them into a rucksack.
Yes, excellent.
Handbag.